All right, so we have quorum, including the folks on Zoom. So Lois Wassoff, Eric Dahlberg, and Greg Gariello, can you all just raise your hand and say you're present at the FinCom hearing? Okay, that's
present.
Present.
Amber present.
okay. So we have quorum, and it's 7 o'clock, and we're going to open the hearing. Good evening. My name is Chris Reynolds, and I am the chair of the Finance Committee. I would like to open this public hearing and thank you for attending. And happy St. Patrick's Day for those who celebrate. This is the last of 3 Finance Committee public hearings for annual town meeting this year. As with the other hearings, this one will be recorded and live broadcast on the Minuteman Media Network. Copies of all public hearing presentation materials, agendas, and meeting recordings will be available on the 2022 annual town meeting section of the town's website. Tonight, we will be hearing from the enterprise funds, Recreation Fund, Beady Center, PEG Access, the Light Plant, Solid Waste, Water and Sewer, and from the town manager's office on parking meter receipts. The articles are not presented in numerical order, but I will announce the article number before each presentation. Article presentations will be made from the podium or from presenters on Zoom. After each presentation, the Finance Committee will have an opportunity to ask questions, and then I will open it up to the public. First to the Finance Committee, first to the participants here in the townhouse, and then for participants on Zoom. As always, we expect civil discourse and would appreciate that members of the public limit their comments to 1 minute. If you want to make a comment or are in the public hearing room, please stand up and line up behind the microphones in the room. If you are on Zoom, please either raise your hand in front of your camera or select the raise hand function in Zoom. For those in the hearing room with a computer, please silence your speakers and microphone. For those attending via Zoom, please silence your microphone until you are recognized by the chair. The Finance Committee will meet in regular open session immediately after this public hearing to take a position on warrant articles. This meeting is open to the public. Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, we're going to start. Our first presentation is the Recreation Fund. There is no warrant article associated with the Rec Fund, but as its expenses are intended to be covered by its fees, this presentation has historically been bundled with the enterprise funds. Presenting is Ms. Anna McKeown, if I say that correctly. McEwen, okay, Recreation Director. So thank you, Anna.
Good evening, everybody. All right. So we will jump right into it. Again, I'm Anna McEwen. I'm the Recreation Director, presenting first the Revolving Fund and then the Beady Center Enterprise Fund. Next slide. So for decades now, the Concord Recreation Department has served as a catalyst for strengthening our community. From adult sports to childcare services, the department has worked hard to assure that all Concord residents have access to quality recreation and leisure services. Programs are typically fee-based, and financial assistance is provided to Concord residents who qualify. Annually, the Recreation Department receives financial assistance support from the Community Chest and other local funding sources and fundraisers, but primarily assistance is offered in kind. The operations within the Recreation Revolving Fund include those that are listed on the screen: youth and adult sports, before school, after school, early release, carousel preschool, special events, summer camps, White Pond memberships, and facility rentals. Next slide. So our goals for FY23 are as follows. We have been looking at the trends from FY21 and FY22 and are fully preparing for a strong return to our operation in FY23. We're seeing very, very promising enrollment numbers across all of our program areas, which is reassuring. We sold out in multiple programs this year for the first time in a couple of years, including youth sports, basketball, skiing, of that nature. So by learning what the community wants through our evaluation of operations, we recognize that we need to also evaluate the facilities that are available for them to help support optimal social, emotional health and well-being for all residents. To that end, we do plan on updating the Recreation Facility Strategic Plan this year with support from CPC, which we're hoping to be recommended at town meeting this year. And lastly, we will intentionally work to educate our employees on topics of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging through formalized staff trainings, program expansions, as well as expertise outsourcing. Next slide, please. So this slide looks at our fund balances as well as our net income. Revenues and expenditures attributed to the Recreation Fund vary year to year depending on enrollment numbers, as well as the variety and quantity of programs that we're offering. The goal for the Recreation Revolving Fund as a self-sustaining entity is to operate with a positive annual balance while keeping our programs affordable. The department's 3 recreation supervisors have done an excellent job expanding our operations over the last couple of years, which has helped to support the healthy operating income that you see here. When you look at the history of our operating income through the Recreation Revolving Fund, you will see that the last 2 years we have ended in the positive, which has been much thanks to our childcare programs. So even throughout the pandemic, we were offering childcare services, which allowed us to show the numbers that we have tonight. Next slide, please. So this slide looks at our operating revenues by program area. Our revenues this year are projected to be about $2.3 million, which is about an 18% increase from the revised FY22 numbers. Almost all of the Recreation Department's programs and services operate on a fee-based structure, meaning there's a cost to participate. Our user fees that are generated are used to fund our daily operations, which would include our staffing, our materials, our events, our field trips, things of that nature, as well as our in-kind financial assistance. Next slide, please. So our largest revenue stream through the revolving fund is our school year programs, which include the before school program, after school program, carousel preschool, so those child care services. Combined, we're expecting about $1.3 million in revenue from the child care program this year. And as you can see from the chart above, enrollment is strong and in some areas exceeding our pre-pandemic numbers. It's very important to know that enrollment in the school year program that you're seeing here is monthly. So this is just a snapshot at what our March 1 enrollment numbers look like, but we're seeing these numbers consistently grow. And if we had more staffing, which I'll speak to in a little bit, we would be able to take even more kids in the program. Next slide, please. This slide speaks to our operating expenses for the year. So we work really hard and continuously are evaluating our programs to make sure that they are cost effective. We continue to see our largest expense be personnel services. This category includes an invaluable group of 100+ full-time and part-time employees that work a variety of different jobs at a variety of different times of the year to support all of Concord's programs. It's important to note also that the general fund does support the recreation department by paying 100% of the recreation director's salary, so that's not listed in personnel expenses here. The second largest expense that you'll see is our purchased services, which include summer camp field trips, which are usually around $100,000, contracted instructors for summer camp and school year programs, which are $50,000 to $60,000, printing, banking services, and more. Our total expenditures for FY23, we're projecting at about $2.1 million. Next slide, please. So the Recreation Fund does pay into the general fund this year for about $140,000 as shown on the slide. The significant decrease from FY20 primarily accounts for the transition of the visitor center to the planning department, as well as a reduction of use of 55 Church Street. Next slide, please. And then our fund balance. So you can see on this slide that we've historically had a very healthy fund balance, and we continue to have a healthy fund balance. We're looking at about $1.6 million at the end of FY23, and the fund balance serves as a safety net for our programs. So if we needed to allocate additional funds towards the building or any aspect of our operations, fund that would help us do that. And on that note, are there any questions that I can help answer for the Recreation Fund?
Okay, does the Finance Committee have any questions? No?
I do.
Okay, I have one first,
Good,
Mary.
go ahead.
Tell me, about, your fund balance is how much?
About 1.6 we're projecting.
Okay, and what would you use that for? How would it be used?
So we've used it in the past for a variety of different reasons. One year we bought a vehicle for the department. As we continue to grow our full-time staff, we've needed more vehicles. So that's one example of what we could use it for.
Okay, and when you budget, do you budget for surplus or you budget for flat?
We budget for a small surplus, but we've been encouraged to do our best, to keep that lower. It's a blessing and a curse. We have so many people that want to participate in programs. We're seeing increased registrations, increased revenues, which is really a tribute to the strengths of the staff that work in the Recreation Department. But we do plan for a small profit each year.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
Great. Thanks, Chris. First of all, thanks for what you do. I'm a member of the Beady Center. You run an incredibly, all the people are professional and helpful, so thank you for that. I have two questions. One is, you mentioned that you're hoping to get money from CPC to develop a strategic plan. Yes. Are you going to integrate that with the schools to make sure that there's an integration and not a duplication of some of the services for the kids?
Yeah, it's a good question, and we've talked in detail about that on the Recreation Commission. And we see it as an opportunity to collaborate with the schools and include them in the plan in some capacity. The funding would support a consultant that would help us navigate all of this. There's a lot of recreation opportunities and spaces in Concord, and we hope to capture as much of those as possible in this plan with the funding that we have available.
Great. My second question is, I noticed that for the last 2 years, there was no money going to the general fund from recreation because you didn't have as much revenue. But this year, I noticed that the amount going to the general fund is considerably lower than it was in like an FY20.
Yes.
Why is that?
If we can bring the slide back up if you'd like, but there was two categories that we no longer are contributing for: the Visitor Center, which is now part of the Planning Department, as well as 55 Church Street. We did use that building before the pandemic for another West Concord recreation location, so we had front desk staffing, office space, and we no longer have that.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the Finance Committee?
I got one.
Yeah, Dean.
The town has on file a report called the Open Space and Recreation Plan. What would the planning process that you're going to go through be in relation to that plan? That plan is mostly passive recreation, or the use of open spaces for recreation.
Yeah.
How would that overlap with what you're trying to do here?
Sure. So that's a really impressive large plan. What we hope to do with the Recreation Facilities Plan is to identify all of the reports that are already compiled in town, including the long-range plan, open space recreation. There was a field study done years ago as well. So we want to incorporate all the work that's already been done and make sure, at least in this plan, that people know they should be referencing those other documents. If people don't know where to look, they might not even know that we have an open space recreation plan like that. So we want to make sure that passive and active recreation options are identified in this plan in some capacity.
Great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, good. Any questions in the townhouse? Seeing none. Any questions on Zoom?
There's no hands raised.
I think that's a no. So we're going to go on to the Beady Center presentation, which I believe is Article 45.
Correct. Chris, are you able to put the presentation on?
I just want to remind all the participants on Zoom, keep your microphones off until you're called on to ask a question or make a comment.
Okay, great. So on to the Beady Swim and Fitness Center Fund. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this is Article 45 to determine whether the town will vote to appropriate the amount required for the total expenses of the community pool for fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. So the Beady Swim and Fitness Center will be celebrating its 16th year of operation this April, which is very exciting. A staple in our community, the facility continues to be faced with a share of challenges, but remains consistent in its goal as serving as our community's swim and fitness facility. The Beady Center offers varied membership plans that allow unlimited access to state-of-the-art facilities, including a variety of different pools and fitness and cardio spaces. The programs and the events that we offer at the Beady Center are for people of all ages and abilities, and we'll show in a couple of slides the variety of memberships that we currently have. Operations within the Beady Swim and Fitness Fund that we're talking about tonight include group fitness, personal training, aquatics, memberships and passes, as well as facility rentals. Next slide, please. So our FY23 budget goals really work to highlight the opportunity areas that we've seen over the last couple of years. We, like many other businesses, had to be very creative to keep ourselves relevant in a time in the world where people were a little nervous to come out and use our spaces and join our family. To that end, we've set a handful of goals that we feel will support us in reaching the goals for this fiscal year. So one, we're always going to be bracing for the impact of another COVID variant, which dramatically reduced and restricted the opportunities that we had at the Beady Center. But until then, we are going to charge forward with new innovative programs. Our staff is working extremely hard to think outside the box and create options that are attractive to all Concord residents. And we've budgeted an increase in our operations this year to support that. We plan to formalize and grow our facility rental program. We've dramatically increased pool rentals since FY20, sadly, because a lot of pools didn't make it through the pandemic, so it's displaced a lot of rental groups, which provides an opportunity area for the Beady Center, and we're working hard to fill those quiet times at the pool without disrupting membership. Third, we're working to continually educate our staff on topics of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging through budgeted staff trainings, program expansions, and expertise outsourcing. And then lastly, we plan to formalize our facility maintenance schedules to financially better prepare for the maintenance that continually has to happen at the Beady Center. So we do have capital plans and we do have a depreciation schedule, but there's some pieces of the facility that we need to look at again and propose some funding sources to get the operations back up and running at the quality they should be. Next slide, please. So you can see on this slide that we're expecting a net income loss of about $430,000 this year, which is a slightly larger loss as compared to FY21 and 22. But to that end, if you look, our operating revenues and expenses are again approaching our pre-pandemic numbers. However, paired with rising wages, increased purchase services, inflation, we're seeing this net income increase from years past. But as we increase our programs and our memberships, we must also increase the expenses that are required to support those parts of the operation, and this slide speaks to that. Next slide, please. So operating revenues this year are projected to be about $1.7 million, which are about $200,000 as compared to FY22, or about 12% increase. But these numbers are still lower than FY20 due to the ongoing impacts of the pandemic. And I do want to point out that our revenue numbers are extremely conservative, and we've worked conservatively at the Beady Center in a variety of capacities. So we are anticipating, as you can see, growth in all of our program areas, except for personal training and our membership fees, which is our full pay annual memberships. We feel like the goals that we're setting for personal training are more realistic, looking at the trends this year, and we're trying to transition people from full pay memberships to monthly recurring memberships, which is why we're showing the membership fees stagnant at $89,000 again. But revenue growth otherwise is expected in all program areas, as well as all of our membership categories. We're introducing new programs at the Beady Center, including fitness-based special events, which we've never done there before, new membership options that will allow residents and non-residents to utilize all 3 aquatics properties that we have in Concord, as well as new personal training programs and increased rental opportunities, as I spoke to before. Also want to point out that we did increase memberships $2 per month across all categories for the first time since 2018. We did that this past February. And that will be about a $24 a year difference for our members, but about a $15,000 difference in our operating revenue if our memberships were to stay stagnant right now. So with support from the Recreation Commission, we implemented that change on February 1st. Next slide, please. And this is probably my favorite part of the presentation tonight and something that we're all very proud of. So our largest revenue stream continues to be our memberships, and I want to spend a few minutes just talking about the trends that we're seeing. So we have seen a very steady return in memberships in FY22. The chart that you're seeing shows our active reoccurring memberships, so those that just get charged each month ongoing as of March 15th. This does not show another 140 units of our full pay memberships, so people that aren't recurring. The chart just got a little too small, so I didn't include those for tonight. But ultimately, looking at this data that we're seeing, we are seeing some of the highest levels of memberships in the various categories since pre-pandemic, and we're exceeding some of our numbers from FY19 and earlier years in various categories. If you were to do all the math quickly on the screen, we are currently showing about 764 reoccurring monthly memberships, again, in a variety of different categories. About 300 active 3-month memberships, a total of 370 10 punch passes that have been sold year to date, and currently 115 free 80+ memberships. If this enrollment that we're seeing on the screen tonight is to hold through the end of the fiscal year, meaning we don't sell another membership, we don't sell another punch pass, anything like that, we're predicting that we would exceed our budget this year by almost $300,000 within our membership category alone. Looking at what to expect for next year, there's a million variations of membership options that would get us to the budgeted expectations that we have. And so again, if we look at that 2022 year-to-date line, and if we held those membership numbers for the entire fiscal year next year, we would hit our budget goal with excess. The other piece that we would like to point out and feel it to be a proud thing to announce, over the years at these meetings and others, we've talked about declining family memberships. The Beady Center started with close to 900 family memberships when it opened. At that time, you could purchase a membership just for the pool or just for the fitness facilities, so we saw variations. This year, we are finally seeing family memberships at the top of the membership list, as well as adult memberships and 3-month family memberships. So to us, that data is telling us that the efforts that we've been putting forward to increase our programs and to make sure that there's opportunities that attract families is working. We're offering more family events, more youth programs, different opportunities for vacation week programming, things of that nature, and we're getting those families back. The other promising thing to report tonight is that we're seeing more than 75% of our memberships that left us during the pandemic have returned at this point. And this year, as of right now, we've only had 27 member cancellations, when last year we had over 300. So we're seeing really, really great things in the doors at the Beady Center, and the staff are working extremely hard to make sure that all of our members feel comfortable with the facilities during what's still a challenging time at the facility. Next slide, please. So our operating expenses are proposed to be about $2.2 million for FY23, which is about $230,000 more than last year. Personnel continues to be the largest expense, and driving factors behind the $165,000-ish change include minimum wage increases, the need to be more competitive in the wages that we're offering on top of minimum wage, increased programs, and hopefully fully staffed operations. We, like many other industries, are struggling to find staff, especially part-time staff. I don't know if you saw recently on the news, the city of Boston is offering $1,000 stipends for people to come and be a lifeguard with them for the summer on top of their regular hourly rates, which is something we just can't afford to do. So we're trying to stay competitive in other aspects of our operation and what we can offer our employees, but it continues to be a challenge. You'll also see on this slide that our depreciation will be decreasing by about $13,000 this year. And you'll notice that we are not transferring any funds to the general fund again this year, which is extremely helpful, and we are extremely, extremely grateful for that support again this year. The second largest expense that you see is purchase services, and that's increasing about $55,000 this year. Purchase services include things like electricity, which is slated to go up about $30,000, natural gas, sewer, water, banking, payroll, as well as our contracted custodial services, which we expect to increase by about $20,000 next fiscal year. A large portion of the energy expenditures that we have at the Beady Center go towards the dehumidification systems that are required to operate the pool and keep the environment that we do. We continue to seek out ways to reduce our system expenses and the output, including automated chemical systems, the therapy pool heat cover, as well as about $130,000 of capital projects this upcoming year, including replacing the impellers, which are the motors of the pools, heat exchangers, tubing, things of that nature. The faster we can update these systems, the more efficiently they'll be running. And I'd be amiss if I didn't say thank you to the facilities team for their ongoing support. We really, I don't know what we would do if we didn't have the team that is under Ryan Orr. They help us with every aspect of the Beady Center operation, and we're extremely grateful. Next slide, please. So in closing, this slide shows our fund balance trends as well as a 6-month target reserve, which is the red line. The fund balance has been holding steady, even with a distressing hit to our operations in FY20 and FY21. The 6-month target reserve, which is about $1.1 million, is a practice that we've been advised to follow by the finance department to help us just be prepared for what the next year may bring. And right now, we're just continuing to work tirelessly to reduce those expenses while running a safe and exciting operation that Concord residents deserve. But we recognize that the downward trend is concerning. And that is next slide. I think that's my last slide.
Thank you. As you look out at the future, so is there an expectation that you would break even at some point?
There's a large aspect of the operation that will never be able to generate revenue. So again, the purchase services, the outputs that the facility takes just to operate, I'd like to think that we could increase programming to a level that would allow us to get closer to break even, but we also recognize that this is a space that's membership based, so we don't want to completely overwhelm the facility with outsourced programs and things of that nature for respective members having open lanes and empty equipment. So it's certainly something that we'll continue to strive for. But
so your expectation is to operate at somewhat of a small loss.
Yeah.
Where would you like to be? If you don't want to be at 400,000, where would you like to be?
If we could ever get closer to that $100,000 range, I think I would be able to take a deeper breath.
Okay. And I can't read from here the numbers on the slide for the fund balance. So what is your fund balance?
It's about 2.4.
Okay. So if you can't add to it, if you keep eating into it, at some point, what will you do?
I think that's a time when we would have to come to the town and see what the town wants to do with the Beady Center. You know, this is a discussion and a statement that we've had at these meetings every year, and certainly would want to have support in making any decisions. I don't think we're there yet, and you know, we're really optimistic that with the trends that we're seeing and the numbers we're projecting, we will start to slowly see a climb, but will that be next year? Probably not. A lot of the systems at the Beady Center have never been replaced. The filter medium, for instance, should be replaced every 5 years, and we're going on year 16 and it's never been replaced, and that's going to be a significant project.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, is your depreciation funded?
no.
No, okay. So you have deferred maintenance as well, is what you're telling us. And would you expect to fund that out of the fund balance, or where would you get the money from?
The fund balance for the pieces that we hadn't planned for, which again, why one of our budget goals this year is to do a more thorough job at looking at all the systems that are or are not on the capital and or depreciation plans right now, and make sure that we're prepared and doing things preemptively instead of reactively.
Okay, great, thank you. Others on the Finance Committee have questions? Dee?
Yeah, a couple questions. Thank you for your presentation. Just kind of following up about one of the comments that you just made about the deferred maintenance with the filtration system. Is there a public health concern associated with that?
No, there's not.
Is there a recommended time period in which a filtration system has to be replaced?
So everything has a recommended shelf life, of course. You know, the sort of filter mediums that we have in the motors at our pool, they recommend sucking out all the sand and putting in the new sand about, every 5 to 8 years.
Okay.
With that said, our pools are still operating in the levels that they're supposed to. Again, we're just anticipating that if we don't start addressing some of these things before we need to, it could have an impact on membership. But pools are at operating levels that are absolutely safe and healthy for everybody.
Okay, that's refreshing to know. Another question that I have is you said about 75% of your members, that's the trend, have returned.
Yes.
What percent are Concord residents versus non-Concord residents?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I'd have to look. We, as you can imagine, have various members coming from various communities.
Yeah.
But I could get that information. I just don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, because I think that would, I think that's important information to see who is coming back, who isn't coming back. And then another area is in personnel. As you were talking about membership increases and trends are indicating that people are coming back, how do you view the impact on personnel, your current staff versus?
Sure. So we're finally fully staffed with our full-time staff. It took us a while to find an aquatics program manager, but she joined our team this past fall and is really diving in feet first. So we're finally at a staffing capacity where we can support programs and program growth. So we don't expect the influx of memberships returning to be overwhelming. Is that what you're?
Yes, I was kind of curious, how are you going to move forward when, the costs are going up all around the region?
With our staffing? Yes, we are. We're
so you're fully staffed, so you don't anticipate you're going to need anything in the near term?
We're fully full-time staffed.
Fully full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay.
We can always use more part-time staff, lifeguarding, teaching, things like that. But yes, no, we don't expect any more full-time staff in the near future.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Parashar?
Yep, thank you, Chris. Can we go back to the slide with the operating costs? I just had a question. You mentioned something about not charging back to the town for services the last couple of years.
Yes.
Can we go back? I'm just curious what it was in the previous fiscal years. I think you showed one.
Yes.
And then I had a follow-up question. You've got to keep going, I think.
Yep, I'm trying to find which slide that was on. General fund. So we were around $100,000 in FY20.
And since then, you have the town hasn't charged you.
Correct.
Do we have a sense of if they had charged, how much it would have been? Would it have been roughly 100,000?
I don't have that number. I do know, maybe someone else can speak to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Kate Hodges, Deputy Town Manager, to be about 140,000.
140,000.
Correct.
So the true sort of operating loss, if you will, is whatever number you're showing plus roughly 140,000. Is that?
Hypothetically.
Okay.
That is correct.
Well, yeah, okay. So I just want the record to reflect that
Sure.
we should actually display it that way, because otherwise it's a bit misleading, right? And then the second follow-up question was, when you talk about the ideal operating loss of about 100,000 per year, does that presume that you're going to continue giving, you're going to resume giving back to the town, or is that without charging back to the town?
You know, we certainly expect to, at some point, pay back to the general fund. We receive a lot of support and services from the town. That number, in my brain, I didn't think of the general fund transfer initially, so 200,000, and since I've been in town, the expenses to the general fund have only increased every year, like Kate just suggested.
So what I heard is about 200,000 is your ideal operating loss, which would include giving money back to the town.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from Finance Committee?
Just one quick one. You have a single line for your outsourced services. Can you break out what it costs you for electricity at the, basically?
Sure, let me see if I have that on the... So we're expecting... Sorry, just one second. So we are proposing about $200,000 for FY23. Last year was about 167, and has been right around that 167 mark for the last couple of years.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chris, just one more follow-up
Yeah,
question.
sure.
So $2.3 million in the reserve fund, target of 200,000. Is it too simplistic to assume that in about 10 years, if we hit your target, we'd run out of reserve fund money?
I don't think that
Is that
is
the right way to think about it?
no.
So how would one think about running the losses and what the impact is?
So the proposal that I presented as a department head to finance in the last couple of years, and a pretty robust conversation with the interim town manager this year, is that in about 3 more fiscal years, we're going to have a community-wide conversation about what, if anything, the community wants to do to support Beady. And it ranged from having a conversation with the school and capturing, sort of the school use for the swim teams and the PE classes. And it ranged from that all the way through to if capital would be absorbed through the town's capital plan. And then, we would be taking care of that. I think it's important to know that, the cost of electricity and the cost of natural gas are only going up. And the problem is that we have several very large-scale dehumidification systems that run 24/7. And we aren't solar ready on that particular property, and there's a lot of barriers there. So we don't want to get to the point where we only have a couple of 100,000 left. And so that is a very real conversation that needs to happen.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Finance Committee? Okay, any questions in the townhouse?
Carmen Reese, 52 Devon Street, Town Moderator. My question is, how much money are you going to move the article for?
I don't think the article has money. I think it's an administrative, allow the town manager to approve the or move the money, use the revenue for the expenses, I think.
It usually has a number in it.
Is there? Okay.
The problem is that this is due before we ever get to the point where we have the actual cost from the year before and the audit numbers from the year before that. So in years past, we put it in the motion, but it'll be closer to when town meeting is. So we, generally speaking, have had, a handout.
Okay. Any questions on Zoom?
I think Mr. Taylor had his hand up.
Mr. Taylor, would you have a question?
Just a quick question about the the conversation that needs to be had, because it sounds like it's going to be inevitably needs to be had. And I think the number, if I heard the assistant town manager, she had mentioned probably in a few years, because you don't want to sort of hit that conversation at year 10. I just want to confirm that. And then my other question around subscription rates, and have you guys always run at a negative net income rate? Just out of curiosity.
Yes.
Okay. And so I know you guys have probably done this analysis 3 ways to Sunday, but I'm just curious to know, from a volume standpoint, in terms of subscriptions, is it viable to cut the subscription rate to sort of entice more of a volume approach as opposed to a competitive approach at $80 a month? Just curious to understand that. Thank you.
Sure. So to answer that question first, we explored that in 2016, 2017. We did make a transition with research from other neighboring fitness and swim facilities to see pricing. When the Beady Center originally started, we were doing full pay, so you paid $1,300 up front for the year. Now we're doing a monthly reoccurring, which is a significantly smaller commitment from folks. We've seen a great response with that method. It's competitive for other swim fitness facilities, and regionally, there aren't many other facilities that offer what the Beady Center does. So we do think it's a fair rate. Certainly in the future, we could look at reducing prices again, but as the largest revenue stream in the simultaneous conversation of a stressed budget, I don't think we would be looking at reducing membership prices right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to answer your question, I would believe when preparing for the FY26 budget, we should be having a more robust conversation about the future. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Any other questions on Zoom?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now we're going to go on to Minuteman Media Network, Article 44, and Deputy Town Manager Kate Hodges is going to present.
Good evening again, Deputy Town Manager Kate Hodges. I'm just going to wait for the slides to come up. Thanks, Chris. So this article seeks approval for the appropriation of funds to be used for the town's PEG station, which is known as Minuteman Media Network. Next slide, please. PEG stands for Public, Educational, and Governmental. Pursuant to Section 611 of the Federal Communications Act, local franchising authorities such as Concord are able to require certain cable operators such as Comcast, to set aside certain channels for public, education, and governmental use by and through the community. Concord receives 4.8% of all Comcast revenues generated through its Concord Comcast customers. Last fiscal year, that amount equated to approximately $328,000. This fiscal year, we're projecting about $315,000. Next slide. As you may expect, the number of governmental meetings over the past couple years have nearly tripled, and Minuteman Media Network staff have spent a great deal of time and effort to upload nearly all of those meetings to its YouTube channel. By way of an example, as you can see here, in 2020, a little over 90 videos were posted to Minuteman's YouTube. By 2021, the number of online meetings had grown to over 160, and each of those, as well as several other community-based videos, were uploaded to the MMN YouTube channel for a total of over 200 videos. Next slide. With the hopeful end of the pandemic in sight, the staff is looking forward to utilizing the studio more and engaging more with in-person offerings for the community. The FY23 goals for this division focus on increasing community involvement and expanding training efforts to and for the public. Other focuses on reinventing and reinvigorating the educational components within the PEG station with more robust student programming and involvement. Next slide. As alluded to earlier, operating revenues are predominantly provided through Comcast revenues. An additional $74,662 is slated to be received from the town of Carlisle for services that we provide to them through our MMN staff and in recognition of the shared studio space that's in the high school used by both communities. In 2021, it was determined that the telecom or broadband division would contribute 1.5% of the total sales to Minuteman Media Network with a max contribution of $60,000 annually. The forecasted 2022 broadband sales total $1,461,519, 1.5 of which equates to $21,923, which is what you see here. That brings the total revenue to $396,281. Next slide, please. As is the case with most services, personnel costs tend to be the highest expense. In FY23, Minuteman Media Network expects to have 5.9 full-time equivalents, which includes both regular and part-time staff. The total personnel cost also includes salaries, benefits, including health, dental, and life, and applicable payroll taxes. $2,187 will be charged from the PEG fund to cover expenses for the town's HR department relative to their oversight of the MMN employees and onboarding. Non-personnel costs include software acquisition, support, studio equipment needs, and various operational supplies. That total is $37,739. That gives a total operational expense of $376,802. Next. Lastly, $58,500 has been allocated for capital outlay and includes upgrades to equipment and studio needs, sound system improvements in municipal buildings, and the acquisition of AV equipment and sound quality supplies for this particular room, the Townhouse Hearing Room, and Harvey Wheeler. This amount, coupled with $376,802 in the operational expenses, provides the amount seen on the screen. Next, please. Which here in the motion is $435,302. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Kate. So the 436 is above or below the revenues? Is it the same as the revenues, or?
No, it's above the revenues. So
more, okay.
we're projecting about a 19,000 or so, and then we're using the capital monies for the rest. So.
Okay, so it's close to break even?
Correct.
Say.
Yep. And we're projecting on the low end for Comcast. The last couple of years, we've been pleasantly surprised. We thought that the revenues were going to decrease by about 5%, and we've really been seeing more along the lines of 3%, but we're still wanting to plan for the worst and hope for the best.
From a headcount perspective or other expenses, if you had sort of an extraordinary period in the last 2 years with respect to hybrid meetings and Zoom meetings, does your budget assume that that goes back to FY19 levels, or are you assuming a steady state of having to support Zoom meetings?
So I would imagine, providing the legislature is able to opine on that at post-pandemic, that hybrid meetings would likely be here to stay in some way or another. I can tell you that in 2019, we were not at full staffing, and we had several people leave, and a lot of that was trying to deal with the merger from CCTV through to the town. And so the 5.9 FTEs is actually right around what we thought. It's 4 regular full-time individuals and then several part-time videographers.
So you don't anticipate any large jump in staff or reduction? It's going to
No,
stay where it is?
we're budgeting for the same staffing levels, assuming that the work, even if it's not as dedicated to Zoom, is going to be more towards educational component, which we don't have and haven't had in the last year.
And you also wouldn't anticipate then any further losses in the future? You anticipate being able to meet your expenses, cover them with revenue?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from FinCom? Dean?
I'm going to talk about your transfer payments to general services. You identify $2,000 in transfer payments. At the Beady, which runs a budget of $2.2 million, maybe that's about 8 times what this is. That would mean they would only be transferring $16,000. Why is their transfer so high? You're saying $140,000 would have been their expected transfer And here you would, if I multiply 330 times 8, I'd be up at their budget. So what's the difference?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The difference is that an enterprise fund has an obligation to transfer out those expenses, and the PEG is a special revenue account. And so the town is absorbing some of the funds that, used to be paid either from the town manager's salary, the public information officer, or anybody else that works on PEG. So it can be the subject of a discussion, certainly. It was something that we thought that we were going to do when we absorbed the operation. But certainly that's a policy decision that the manager and finance committee can certainly make.
Thank you.
Mary?
I have a quick question. Maybe you said it and I didn't hear it. The $75,000 that we get from Carlisle, what service do we provide to Carlisle for that?
So we essentially have one FTE, although it's not the same one, but about 40 hours a week. We cover their finance committee and select board meetings. We do many things for their council on aging. They also have a public component. And then that has a certain split that we use the same split for the high school on the use of the studio.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Okay, and nobody on FinCom on Zoom has any questions or okay? So we'll go.
We've got one question from Ms.
Oh,
Escobedo.
sorry. Well, that's on the Zoom, so okay. In the room, we have Carlin, yeah.
I'll make it quick. Carlin Reed, I'm chair of the PEG Access Advisory Committee. We've had the pleasure of working with Kate and her crew for the last year. We reviewed the budget, and we are supporting Article 44. We've asked for affirmative action on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions in the room?
Hi, I'm Mark Howell, 668 Inners Neck Hill Road, and chair of the Fiber Broadband Completion Task Force. And I am particularly concerned about the payment in lieu of franchise that has been imposed on the broadband business to support PEG access. I would point out that the broadband business is not a cable franchise. It competes with Verizon and both wireless and wireline services in the community, providing those who don't pay into these funds. And I would also note that the broadband service, if you take that $20,000 and compare it to the operating income that we'll be reviewing later, we're talking about 12% of the operating income of the broadband service is being transferred directly over to Minuteman Media Network. Minuteman Media Network has a fund balance of, I believe it's about $1.4 million. And we can see that they already have a projected operating return that's roughly equal to that payment. Broadband, on the other hand, on 1.6 million of revenue, has a projected operating income of just $160,000, I believe it is. So what we're doing is we're transferring from one enterprise activity to another enterprise activity for no particular reason other than it looks like a good idea or that it might have something to do with Comcast. And that entity that is actually making that payment is really 1,500 customers of Concord Light Broadband around the community who are now being asked to pay an additional share of Minuteman Media Network. Now, I want to be clear that our task force is deeply grateful to Minuteman Media Network for the services that they're providing. I think it's fantastic. I just think that actually we need, as a community, to be thinking very carefully about what PEG access is, what it means, and how to make sure that those services are, in fact, funded appropriately throughout the town. We do not make these kinds of cross subsidies between enterprise funds lightly, and I don't believe that sufficient discussion has been had about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments in the room? All right, so we'll go to Zoom. Chris, are there any comments on Zoom? Looks like
Ms. Escobedo.
Ms. Escobedo, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. This is just a minor typo, I believe, on slide 3 in the upper right-hand corner, referring to the article number.
I'll go back and look. They match on my printout, but that doesn't mean that they match in real life. So I will check that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else on Zoom, Chris?
No.
Okay, good. I think we can go on to the next topic, which is Article 29, Parking Meter Fund.
Great. I'm sorry, that's me again. You're stuck with me. Just wait for the slides to come up. So I am presenting this on behalf of Interim Town Manager Carrie LaFleur. So you'll be kind, because I'm not sure if they're really hard questions that I'll be able to answer them. So, but if there are questions, I'll write them down. I can get them from Carrie and then get them to everybody. So this article seeks town meeting appropriation for $300,000 from parking meter receipts to fund expenses related to parking enforcement or public transportation initiatives for FY23. Please note this amount is $100,000 lower than what's printed in the warrant. Next slide, please. The parking meter fund is authorized under Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 22C, which requires an annual appropriation. The amount available for appropriation is up to 100% of the estimated fund balance as of June 30th of the prior fiscal year. As of 6/30/22, we estimate a total of $300,000 to be available for an appropriation. This slide, it does not. Next slide, please. This slide shows historical revenue, expense, and fund balance for the parking meter fund, FY16 through 21, and estimates for fiscal year 22 and 23. The green line represents revenue, the blue expense, and the yellow the fund balance. Prior to FY19, revenue had always met or exceeded the expense. In FY19, there were some extraordinary one-time expenses charged to the funds, and but for those expenses, revenue would have been sufficient to cover expenses for that year. In FY20, the fund broke even, but then in FY21, as a result of the pandemic, the fund lost approximately $40,000, as there were certain operation and maintenance expenses which incurred regardless of whether the meters were in use or not. A spike in revenue in FY22 is largely the result of the dedication of $400,000 in ARPA revenue under the category of lost revenue, plus an assumed collection of about $200,000. In FY23, assuming there's no changes to the program, we anticipate revenues to return to their historical levels. But note that under state law, we are only able to appropriate the prior year's estimated fund balance. Next. This slide provides historical expenditure data by category for FY16 through 21 and includes estimated expenditure levels for both FY22 and 23. Historically, the personnel cost of sworn officers assigned to parking enforcement was charged to this fund, as well as operations and maintenance, which includes the meter maintenance contract and striping of parking spaces both curbside and in the public commuter lot parking. For FY21, due to restricted revenue, the only expenses charged to the fund were contractual costs, and the personnel expense typically charged to this fund was borne by the police department budget. In FY22, there is a gradual return to charging personnel expenses to this budget, and further personnel expenses anticipated to be charged in FY23, though likely still below the full personnel cost. Assuming no change to the program, we anticipate that beginning in FY24, the revenue generated from parking meters will fully cover the cost of the programs and may even provide a small amount of funding for other public transportation initiatives. Last. This article seeks town meeting appropriation of $300,000 from parking meter receipts to fund the expenses related to parking enforcement and public transportation initiatives for FY23.
Okay, thanks. So I was trying to follow the bouncing ball there a little bit. So if I have it right, so in the current year, they're expecting revenues, expenses to sort of be even, or they're gonna not cause a problem. They're not gonna bend, right? Is that fair?
Chris, do you mind putting up slide 3 again, please?
Okay. So the ARPA dollars makes that green line look very high, but I think that was paying back to 21, right? Because you had a problem in 21.
That's correct.
So that's kind of a little bit hard to follow. So
Okay.
we're expecting break even in 22, and you're projecting break even in 23, with a little bit left over, perhaps, to do something in the transportation space.
That's the hope, yes.
Okay, I understand it. Thank you. Do others have questions?
I do, just following with that. So the break even assumes that you're going to have all of the personnel costs that you had before the pandemic, if I understood that correctly?
No, we will not. We're going to have a new level of personnel costs because the entirety of the parking regulation officers are not going to be entirely charged to this fund. So that's, let me find where I said that.
So if they were charged to this fund,
The gradual return to charging personnel expenses to this budget and further anticipated in FY '23, it will still be below the full personnel cost. But in '24, we're thinking that we will be back there.
so in '24, you're hoping that you'll have enough revenue to cover the full personnel costs and still just break even?
That's correct. Well, we're hoping to have a small cushion for transportation initiatives, but it certainly wouldn't be any type of windfall.
Got it.
And what happens if the ARPA money isn't used for this?
Well, that money's already been appropriated.
It has?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Anybody else have questions on the parking meters? No? Okay. Anyone in the room have questions?
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street, member of the select board, speaking for myself. First question is, how many parking meters are there?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I think there was 108, but I don't know if they're all in.
108, and then the annual operating and maintenance expenses for those 108 are 250,000? It's like a couple thousand a year per.
I'm going to call on John Harris.
Okay, sure. And why don't I just jump to my next question, which is a conventional parking meter. What are the annual expenses per conventional parking meter? I mean, in the days of yore, was this fund, you know, like a net moneymaker for the town? Like, because, I mean, that's what I would, like, as a citizen, I would assume I'm paying money into a parking meter, and the whole point of the parking meter is to charge me money, and there's no other service provided by the parking meter, that it in fact should make money. But it doesn't seem to. I mean, it seems like it can't.
So I'm John Harris, I'm the Budgeting and Purchasing Director. To answer some of your questions, we have 3 areas where there are parking meters. One is Concord Center, one is the depot area, and one is West Concord. There are about 225 meters in the town.
A little over 1,000.
So there is more meters. We were making a good amount of money when we had the manual mechanisms. So when we did not have the credit cards. What happened was when we turned over to the parking meter funds with the credit cards, and because the self-service in the town is not that vibrant, that we had some problems in taking credit cards for that. And so that's where, along with the pandemic, some of our revenues went down. But it is, if you have a functioning system, and there's no pandemic, there is good revenues to have in your parking meter fund.
Okay, because the other thing I would wonder is benchmarking versus other municipalities. I mean, I think there are entirely other systems now where you just, you know, use your phone or something. There's not even a physical meter at the spot. I just wonder if maybe we need to move on to another system.
I will defer to Kate on this, or
It'll
I'm not quite sure you want to hear my answer to that, but I would say that I was not part of the parking management plan, but I know that this particular system was vetted quite a bit by the members of the parking management plan, and that the meters that were purchased were not an insignificant amount. And so to scrap them and start with something new is certainly a policy decision that can be made. I personally think we haven't really been able to test it out for a variety of reasons. And it would certainly be lovely if our cellular connectivity in the downtown was robust enough to be able to handle what we have. And to your days of yore question, what I can say, and this is just anecdotally, is that a lot of folks in the last couple of years that we had the meter where you just put the coin in would actually just park illegally because they in fact don't carry change. I myself was guilty of parking illegally many times.
Okay, I mean, maybe we can put these meters on eBay or something.
Even,
Chris, can I ask?
Yes, go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, you talked about the ideal service or ideal system. Do we anticipate actually improving cell service in town to be able to reach the ideal? It's not a rhetorical question, because I mean, otherwise, what was working before, or even despite loose change going by the wayside?
Yes.
I'm just kind of curious about that.
So the one area or carrier in town that is insufficient is Verizon Wireless, and they are in the middle of talking with a private group about being able to site something in the downtown area which may work to help out, but that is as much as can be said at this time.
Because otherwise, maybe the broadband folks can just run wires?
Well, I'll leave that to Jason.
Okay. So if I have it right, then we went from making money at this to sort of breaking even at best, yes? We're still kind of losing because some of our police allocation isn't even in.
Correct. And, I will say that I guess it's similar to Beady, but we're seeing people start to reemerge, but we're not quite there yet.
Okay. All right. Any questions on Zoom for Ms. Hodges?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. All right, now we're going to go to Article 39, the Light Fund, and Light Plant Director David Wood.
Good evening. My name is David Wood. I'm the Light Plant Director. With me tonight is Jason Bulger. He's our Chief Information Officer. And on Zoom, Matt Cummings is our Financial Manager. I'm going to present on the electric and the payment in lieu of taxes, and then Jason's going to come up and go through the telecom. So, next slide. This first slide shows the electricity peaks in Concord since 2006. 2006 was our peak year, all time at 45 megawatts. For the last 5 years, we've ranged from 36 megawatts to 41 megawatts. Next slide. This slide shows our net income, total revenue, expenses, and the net income, whether it's a loss or gain. In 2019 and 2020, you'll see that expenses exceeded revenue, so we had a loss in those 2 years. During that time, we were working with a consultant to do a cost of service and rate design. So the result of that study resulted in an increase in the rates, and now the 21 and 22 forecasts are back to where we target, which is in the range of 2 to 3%. The revenue in 2022 is $32,577,833, and the expenses are $31,924,741. Next slide. This slide, basically, there's 4 big pieces. A couple of the ones at the bottom you don't show up because they're so small, but it shows where the sales come from. So the green is the residential sales, and that equates to 12.9 million, which represents about 43% of the total sales. The blue is the commercial sales, and that represents 12.6 million, or about 42% of the sales. The municipal sales are 1.5 million. It's about 5% of total sales. And the rec charge represents about 3.3 million, and that's about 11%. Next slide, please. This is our power cost categories. The light green is energy, blue is forward capacity, yellow is transmission, the dark green is fixed and others, and then the rec purchases is in blue. So the energy shown there is just under 9.5 million. That equates to about 42% of the total cost. Forward capacity is shown in blue, and that's 2.3 million. You'll notice that's been decreasing, and that's based on the forward capacity auction prices. The transmission is shown in yellow, and that's 5 million, equates to about 23%. Transmission, if you look at the history of it, it's steadily been increasing over the years, so that's still continuing. The fixed and other is shown in the darker green. That's 2.1 million. It's about 10%, and that in that bucket is ISO New England ancillary costs, admin fees, and some fixed contracts. And then again, I feel a little bit redundant, but the rec purchases is 3.3 million, and that equates to about 15%. Next slide. This just shows the categories for our power cost generation. I think the highlight on this one for me is the green is the mixed, grid mixed, and you can see that number's been steadily declining. It's about 45% of the total right now. Hydro is in blue, and that represents 13%. The yellow is landfill, and that's been steady about 2% for the last few years. The solar is about 6%. Wind, represented in the blue category, is 13%, and then the brownish color one to the right is nuclear, and that's 21%. Next slide. Here's our operating costs. The bulk of the operating costs, the majority is purchase power, and that's for 2022 is 22.3 million. You can see there's a pretty big increase from calendar year 20 to 22, and that's based on market prices. The operations and maintenance category, which is shown in blue, is representing about 7 million. That's pretty steady. And then the depreciation is just under 2 million, and that's shown in yellow. That's a straight line amortization of historical plant, and it's regulated at 3%, and that's why it's steady. And then the debt service interest is so small you can't even see it, but it's about $90,000. Next slide. Here's our capital outlay. We displayed this for calendar year 22 and 23. The total capital for calendar year 22 is about 3.4 million. Using the depreciation funds, we're going to be upgrading some field switches, protected devices, and a subdivision that has direct buried lines out on Wright Farm, and put conduit in there as well. The underground fund, which is shown at 515,000, is slotted to be used for the conversion on Cambridge Turnpike from overhead to underground. And then the borrowing we have shown there is for our smart meter project. We haven't made a decision if we're going to use a borrowing yet or used reserved funds, but that is something that can be discussed. We wanted to show it because that's what we're looking at right now. If you go to the next slide. So this is our gross margin. Again, the total revenues for the electric side for 22 are $32,577,833. The expenses are $31,924,741. So that gives you a net income of just over 653,000, which is a 2% return. And our note is we always try to aim for a 2 to 3% return. By law, we could go up to 8%, but we don't feel that's the correct approach. So when I referred to the target earlier, that's the target. Next slide. So for a fiscal year, the payment in lieu of taxes is set for $444,000. This number is based on a formula derived by myself, the CFO, and ultimately approved by the town manager. The formula uses the audited financials, the most recent one, which would be 2022, and then it multiplies that by 2.75 mils, and that's how you come up with a number. Something that I want to note, because I'm sure someone's going to ask, this number up here is the correct number, and what's in the warrant is the correct number. What's in the enterprise book is not the correct number. So in our operating forecast, the number that's in there got transferred over to the enterprise book. So we had a little boo-boo there and just picked up on it today. But this is the correct number on the screen. So Jason, you want to do telecom?
He's got 474 in here.
Hello, I'm Jason Bulger. I'm the town's CIO. I was asked in February of this year to step in temporarily when the director of telecom left, and then later that has been made permanent, so I'll be the manager of telecom, of broadband going forward. I work closely with Dave and all his team at the light plant. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about Concord Broadband. It has been offered since 2014. We offer speeds between 35 and 400 megabits per second for residential service, up to 1 gigabit per second for business service. As of January 1st, we had 1,564 active customers, and our rates compare favorably to other suppliers. So if you want more details, you can see them at the website, concordma.gov/broadband. Next slide, please. So in terms of 2021 results, active subscriptions grew about 5%. It slowed down during the pandemic for installs. We didn't do a lot of new customers at that time. We were just doing people who were moving in or moving out, or educational or businesses during that time. But even still in 2021, we did see about a 5% increase in subscriptions. We anticipate that the next year it will return back to the pre-pandemic levels. And again, 2021 results, we have estimated revenue of about 1.4 million and a net income of 184,000. In terms of organizational changes, we did hire a network engineer last year and also 2 field technicians. The network engineers are the people who actually keep the switches and routers and services running. They also do a lot of troubleshooting, and they assist the town at times. The field technicians are the ones who actually splice and bring the fiber to homes. They do customer installs. They're the ones who help storm response when trees go down and break lines. We did also increase network bandwidth by 60%. We are seeing, as a result of the pandemic, people wanting more bandwidth. They're working from home, they're doing Zoom meetings like this, and we expect that capacity need to increase in the future. Next slide, please. If you look at our revenue sources, it is largely residential. That's the green bar you see, the light green. The next bar over is the commercial, followed by a tiny sliver of municipal, and then other revenues. The other revenues, which were actually not really broken out in 2018, that's why you don't see any of them, but 2019 and beyond, that is installs, so there's a one-time fee for installs, as well as dark fiber leases or leases by telecommunications providers to come into town, and those are among the services that we use to get internet to our customers. Next slide, please. In terms of 2022, what we're looking to do is add a 4th vehicle and tools as needed to expand support and speed up installations. You know, we do anticipate that at some point down the road, installations may stall. We have a pretty big backlog now of people who wanted to get service. During the pandemic, we weren't installing as many, but we still do need 4 vehicles for the 4 techs to be able to respond to any emergencies that happen and make sure that we can pull fiber back and resplice it if there's an emergency or disaster. We're also going to be replacing a lot of equipment located at the substation, which is the core equipment that brings the services from all the residences and businesses through to the internet. And we're going to be looking at a lot of business metrics. There's been a lot of great conversations, in part with the Fiber Broadband Completion Task Force and the members of the public that ask questions about broadband. I feel like we owe them solid answers with good data that's based on key performance indicators that we can say, if we were to do X, Y, Z, this is what would result. This is what our income would look like if we changed tiers, if we changed prices, if we changed models of service delivery. So I think we're going to focus a lot more on that in 2022. Next slide, please. We are looking to backfill that position that's now vacant for the Director of Telecom. And at that point, we will consider ourselves fully staffed. That will be 7 FTEs, the 2 network engineers, the 4 telecom technicians, and then the director. We're going to be focusing on marketing and customer outreach this coming year. That's an area that hasn't really been focused on in the last couple of years, in part because we have this backlog, but not only to get more customers, but to also make sure we communicate well with the customers that we have. There are people who apply for service that sometimes don't get a lot of follow-up or you know, updates on where they are, and we're looking to sort of mirror what other enterprises are doing in terms of managing customers so that they have a better experience from the moment that they're interested until the moment they become a customer. And then also, you know, we want to make sure that Concord Broadband is an enterprise. We want to make sure we have a sustainable business model and that we can continue to grow fiber to those areas that are currently not served. And in order to do that, we need to be on solid financial footing. Next slide, please. So we are forecasting a revenue increase of 13.7% in 2022. And that is a revenue of $1.6 million and an income of $119,000. Next slide. So this shows pretty nicely the trend line from 2017 to 2022. Keep in mind that 2021 is still an estimate until those numbers are certified. You can see that in general, our revenue has exceeded our expenses every year here, and that our income did dip a little bit last year. As you see those 2 lines of expenses and revenue get a little bit closer, a large portion of that expense is personnel services. Now that we are fully staffed at 7 FTEs, we don't anticipate that line climbing as dramatically as it did from 2021 to 2022. So if the current growth continues for revenue, we think that that income line will return back to that slightly upward trend that you see from 2020 to 2021. And I believe that's the last slide. So Dave and I are open to any questions that you guys have on anything we presented.
Thank you. Dave, I have some questions for you on light plant first, and then I have some for on telecom as well. So in the light plant, I don't know what you call it because I'm not sure what sort of accounting what method you're under, but you have retained earnings or fund balance?
Yep.
What do you call it?
It's retained earnings.
Retained earnings in your model, okay. Can you tell us what your retained earnings are?
I don't have that off the top of my head. Matt, do you know it?
Yes. As of our last audited financial statements, we had 43.9 million in net position.
And what's the date of that?
December 31st, 2020.
Okay, and you're going to have an audit again, I assume, for 2021?
Yes, we are scheduled for field work about a month from now.
Okay, so 43 million, is that right?
Yep,
Somewhere
almost
around-
44.
Almost 44, okay. And then I saw that you were taking funds, somebody's got their computer on. You were taking funds out of a depreciation fund. Is that included in the 44 million, or is that a separate fund?
It's a separate fund.
And what is the size of that?
That varies. The depreciation's used for capital projects only, and we try and have a minimum amount in there. Matt, do you have the amount that's in there now?
It actually is included in that 43.9 million as far as our net position, and the amount for the depreciation fund is 4.8 million.
Okay, and that's in the 44 million. Okay,
Yep.
I got it.
Yep.
Okay, and so what do you use what do you think will happen with that very large balance in retained earnings?
So some of it's restricted, some of it's not. Matt, do you want to speak to some of that?
Is some of it capital?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like depreciation is used for capital projects.
No, I mean, as an asset, so is it, anyway, he can tell us, but,
So the net position functions more like a business does as far as their, owner's equity. The largest portion of our net position is almost 36 million in net invested in capital assets.
yeah,
That fluctuates with the amount of debt we have and the amount of capital that we have. But generally you don't really draw that down.
right. Okay, right, so how much is unrestricted then? The remainder, would you say, besides the depreciation,
3.2 million,
is unrestricted?
correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have a question on telecom as well. There were some outages in the past year, and there was a lot of discussion around the customer service model that was being used by the town. As you look at this business operating model, is that something that you're going to relook at?
Yes, we do have an RFP that we're working on to submit for a new help desk, or to replace the help desk feature that we have, which is where customers go first when there's an issue. But in terms of operations, we have worked very closely to knit together the customer service department in the light plant and the telecom technicians and network engineers and the help desk, which didn't go well during that outage. That was definitely one of those lessons learned. So we meet regularly now, in fact, weekly to go over that. And we do have a communications plan and an incident response plan that dictates how and when people will be notified.
So you would continue to outsource the customer service, but you might look for another firm?
Right. So, well, we're advertising, so it'll be a competitive bid. And that may be a different vendor, or it may be the same vendor, but we also do utilize the light plant's customer service agents at times, so.
Okay, thank you. Others on FinCom?
Yeah, I have a question. Thanks. This is a question about telecom. So I'm looking at the revenue you're expecting to go up by about 200,000. Is that right? And the expenses are going up by about 3. And out of that 300,000 increase in the expenses, a big portion of that is admin and general costs. Can you give us a closer look at what that is?
I don't have the details in front of me. I don't know, Matt, do you have those that you could pull up?
I can call them out. The main increase in the expense is going to be our personnel cost. We budgeted, we forecasted with for fully staffed, which we were just up until recently. So those expenses will probably go down a little bit compared to what we have forecasted.
So when you classify something as admin in general, these are more technical people, not just admin overhead type people.
Oh, correct, yes.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, so all of our personnel costs fit in that category that you're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Dean?
Just 2 comments on the broadband service. You're purchasing a vehicle. I'm hoping you buy an electric one. So that's my first comment. The other question I have is that this appears to be a growth area for the town. And Dave said in the light plant they have a target for how much they want to run at a positive balance. He was targeting about 2%. Are you going to institute something like that so that we're not in effect overcharging our customers? Because it looks like you're able to generate more net income year over year as things go ahead.
Right, so I would anticipate that those extra monies pulled in would go back into expanding the service to a wider audience in Concord. So right now, there's many areas where fiber either goes by a street and isn't properly conduited to every residence, or it doesn't go by certain streets, or the backbone that was put in was not sufficient to make lateral moves down streets. So those are the areas that I would target that extra money for, but we haven't figured out like a percentage with that, you know, in terms of what we're going to target, but that is the plan, and we would work with the light board to come up with something and vet it with the public to get their input on that. But absolutely, the goal is not to, you know, make a huge profit on broadband.
Any others? Dee?
Yeah, my questions are for Dave. And the first one is associated with the slide that's called the power cost categories. If that could be redisplayed, please. I think it's maybe around number 3 or 4.
It's number 6.
Number 6?
Yeah.
Okay. If that could be shown. And power cost categories is the title of it. That's one. And Dave, my question is a little more forward-thinking. Could you please, based on the lines that you have there, could you please tell us in the next 2 to 5 years what those lines are going to look like, how they're going to change? I'm kind of interested in the transmission one myself, but if you could just talk to that?
Yeah, so the forward capacity, which is the blue one, those go out to auction every year. So that, you know, we have a forecast for a couple of years out that we know where we're going. And when those forecasts go, we look at it, and if we see a big increase like in 2018, we would go through and do a rate stabilization thing with the light board.
Okay.
Right now, they've come down because the auction prices are really low.
Do you anticipate the auction prices to stay low?
For right now, they are, the next couple of years are low.
Next couple of years,
Yeah.
okay.
Now, on the transmission side, those costs have been going up steadily every year. And so for a forecast, we're going to continue to believe they're going to trend in the same direction. We have no
Okay.
reason not to believe that.
Okay,
The fixed and other, that's generally steady. It doesn't change a heck of a lot. And then the RECs, when we started putting the 2 cents on the per kilowatt hour on the bill in the energy component, you know, that's increased over a process. So we started out at, you know, half a penny, 2 pennies. And that was back in 2017, and we had the idea of going all the way up to 4 cents so that we could be, you know, non-emitting, carbon-free power supply. With the REC prices changing so much, we haven't had to go to the full 4 cents. So we've only gone to 2 cents, and we're going to be pretty close to 98% carbon-free, so.
okay. So 2 years out, what's going to happen will there be a rate change? What do you anticipate based on these changes you just described?
Yeah, so we look, and, you know, when you set rates, you usually set them for, you know, around 3 years, but we constantly look at them. And if we had a large increase coming, like we had this winter, you know, opposed to changing the rate, you add a power cost adjustment on the bill for the months you need it. And so we have that on there right now. And so that allows us not to constantly change rates, but to address the cost that's coming in that was not anticipated. So we are talking about rates steady at the light board level right now. And, you know, we're looking at rate philosophy and things of that nature. In terms of our costs, you know, rates will probably have to increase in the next couple of years because nothing seems to be coming down in price, but only going up. And, you know, we do pay a little premium on our green contracts compared to what the spot grid is. So as we get more and more of that on, you know, and you've seen that in one of the slides I show, then the prices are going to have to go up a little bit, and we'll go up accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. There was one other one, the operations costs slide. Or operating costs, one or the other. There you go. How about this slide? Would you please just expand on that for the next couple years?
Well, purchase power is, you know, you have spot market prices. You can't predict what's going to happen with that per se. So, you know, this past winter we had a big increase, right? And that was unexpected. When we look at pricing in the market right now, pricing's, you know, was decent, but we're really looking at renewable contracts, and those contracts are coming in fairly favorable. We have.
What does that mean, if they're coming in fairly favorable?
So it's not like we're paying 20 cents a kilowatt hour for a solar project. We're down in a good range that's, I can't give you the exact prices, but it's, you know, in the $7 a megawatt hour range, so it's a good price. It is more than you're paying for the market, but that's okay. That's the direction we're going in. It's, you know, to have renewable energy.
Why is that okay?
A little, well, if
Yeah.
you want to have clean power, you're going to have to
Okay.
pay a little bit more.
Okay,
And the community seems okay with that.
okay. So are these lines going to be changing in the next couple of years? The width of the lines?
Yeah, the purchase power obviously has gone up. They will continue to change. I can't predict what's going to happen, you know, a couple of years down the road, but, you know, they've always gone up a little bit. We haven't had a lot of steady decreases.
So maybe I missed this, but what will be the anticipated future impact to our bills, the operating costs? A percentage?
For the operating cost. So the operating cost is generally around 7 million. And that's shown in the blue there. And that's been pretty steady. From time to time, you'll have a decrease or an increase depending on what we're doing. But that's been fairly steady. So we shouldn't have a huge impact there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions from FinCom? See, yeah, Dean?
Could you just speak to the question of how much you anticipate the balance of conservation efforts to reduce the need for power and expanded use of power through electrification of buildings, electrification of transportation? What's your anticipation over the next 2 to 3 years for that balance and how that's going to go?
Yeah, so that's a tough question, Dean. Thank you. So we've been promoting conservation for years, right? And so hopefully some of you have taken part in our rebate programs. We're going to continue those, but at the same time, we're promoting electrification. And so conservation and promoting electrification, it's tough because when you looked at that demand chart, you could see we've dropped the demand over the last several years. But now we're pushing heat pumps, electric vehicles. That's going to add load. And it's going to be hard to measure the conservation piece other than through, you know, what we've given out in rebates. So, you know, I think.
So the net, you would expect us to be increasing in our consumption of electricity over the next few years?
I would think so. I mean, we're getting pretty good adoption on the programs now. And, you know, we're hoping for continued adoption, you know, the EVs, the heat pumps, things of that nature. Yep. So yeah, we do expect it to go up.
Thank you.
Okay, questions or comments from the townhouse? Oh, I'm sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Hey, Dave. Thanks for the presentation. I was curious to know, and I think I'm sort of piggybacking on a little bit on Dean and Dee's question around, I can't remember which slide it was, but it was a nice progression slide about how the what I'll call the fuel mix that the town is actually using is evolving over time, where I think the green portion of it was decreasing, which I think are sort of fossil fuel, like natural gas and other. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so my question is, that sounds like it's by design, which is great. Is there a glide path that you have in place or a plan that, you know, a goal that we're trying to achieve to make sure that the increase of the renewables increases over time while that continues? Like, what's the run rate for that glide path? I'd love to understand that, especially, you know, we're trying to, you know, curb our carbon emissions. What's the town of Concord's plan around that, and what does that represent to you? Where are we on that glide path if we have one?
So we're making very good progress on it. You know, I showed that there's grid mix of about 45%, which is, you know, an emitting resource. And we are committed to a number of renewable projects in the next few years. So we're going to be bringing on, another 5 megawatts of solar that's outside of town. We're committed to offshore wind. We're fortunate enough to be one of a number of MLPs that are tied into that project. It's the first offshore wind project that municipals are involved with, so we're pretty excited about it. So we do have a bunch of stuff on the horizon that's going to come on over the next several years. We're also, with our existing renewable contracts, we're in the process of renewing them because some of them are coming up, and so we're negotiating those as well. So I guess to answer your question, we have what we know for a couple years out, but we're constantly looking for other sources of renewables as they come up, and that is a challenge. We're fortunate that we're part of Energy New England. They look at all that stuff for us and find it, and we've been doing a good job with it. But to get to 100% renewable is a real challenge, but we're working towards it, and I'm really happy with the progress we've made so far.
And just as a point of clarification to me, is it just that there isn't enough supply, or it's just that there isn't enough infrastructure to distribute the supply that that can be generated? I don't know anything. I don't know anything about this part of what you do.
It's really project-based, so if people aren't building, then there's nothing out there. So the projects that come to us, we certainly look at and really vet the price and make sure the price is reasonable and worth it. And like I said, we have 3 or 4 projects coming up that are favorable, and they'll help us with continuing to get off the mixed grid.
Okay, Kathy Kukalo has a question.
I have a follow-on question to that slide. In terms of the mix of source of our electricity, I noticed like a marked increase in 22 of nuclear, if I read that correctly.
Yep.
Is nuclear in our definition of renewable? And if not, what is our town philosophy on that?
So it's not considered renewable, it's considered non-emitting.
Non-emitting?
Yeah, so it's not emitting resource. It was discussed a number of years ago in the Energy Futures Task Force as a viable option opposed to going to gas, oil, or coal.
And I mean, it looks like a good 20%. Along her lines, how far do you see that going?
Well, I think that's a discussion that the Light Board will have on the philosophy. We do have a contract right now in place for that 21% of nuclear.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I can go to the townhouse, I hope. No, the mic's not on.
Hi, Susan Bates. I'm a member of the Select Board, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. And my question is about that last slide, too, about energy sources, because it looks as if the reason that the green went down was because the nuclear went up, and there wasn't a whole lot of change in the other wind, solar, and I think you've already answered that part because it's a matter of projects and what's available. But if your goal is to get to 100% non-emitting at year X, could we anticipate that the nuclear portion could possibly increase over the next few years?
It's possible it could increase, but that would be a discussion we'd have at the Light Board before we move forward. And we don't have an adder or another contract available right now in that category. But I know the Light Board would discuss what they'd want to do with that going forward.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Terry Ackerman, Heathbridge Road.
I'm on the select board, but speaking as an individual. So I have two comments. One is I am one of the people who has put in heat pumps and other green improvements and seen our electric bill go up significantly. In January, our bill was $800 and something is for electricity, which I think we're paying more than we were if you added the oil and the electric. So I just want to advocate for a look again at the tiered rates to help people who make a capital investment not have to pay more in operating costs after that. And my other comment is, I figured out most of this, but for your presentation at town meeting, there were a few acronyms in your slides, like REX, forward capacity, and grid mix. And if you can just define them, that would help a lot. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions on Zoom?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have someone else in the room as well who wants to comment?
Yeah, Mark Howell.
Okay, hold on.
Yep. Thank you, Mark. Couple questions. I heard you mention Wright Farm Road as an undergrounding project. Will fiber optic conduit be put in when that goes forward?
Yeah, we'll any project we do on a direct bury, if we're putting electric in, we put a conduit in for the fiber system as well.
And I noticed on the, I think it was your first or second slide, talking about electric sales, you could look at that and see basically flat, but do we have any sense of to what extent have sales been suppressed by the installation of in-town solar? And I know that the utility solar projects are included in sales, but what people put on their homes, how much energy is really being derived by that method in this community?
Well, I don't have the number in front of me, Mark, but I can tell you that we have over 10 megawatts of solar in town. You know, and we have the three large-scale ones, and then the rest is residential. Yeah. And so, you know, there's some large residential arrays in town, some average, but at least there's generally at least 8 to 10 kW.
So another 10 million megawatt hours or something like that. So that electric usage chart is actually going up, but sales doesn't show it as
correct.
And that's really worth knowing because electrification is definitely happening. And on the telecom side, the Fiber Broadband Task Force has looked fairly carefully at the subscriptions, and we understand that there was a 5% increase in subscriptions. Prior to that, I think it's worth the Finance Committee understanding the history. Prior to the pandemic, in 2017, the rate of subscription growth was 30%. In 2018, it was 22%, and in 2019, it was 14%. So on a decline, but the moratorium on installations due to the pandemic created an almost non-existent set of installations, and we've done some calculations and concluded that the potential amount of revenue loss due to the pandemic, had the installations continued at the 14% rate of 2019, it's about $250,000. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because it's my understanding that there isn't really a capital plan that's been presented for telecom that involves construction, and that could potentially be a source of resources similar to what we saw in the parking fund earlier. So that was just one comment we wanted to make on behalf of our committee. And we'll be making some suggestions on that as we develop our report, and we're hoping to have further conversations with the Finance Committee about that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other comments on Zoom, Chris?
No.
Okay. Dave and Jason, thank you very much. Okay, we are now going to go to Article 40, Solid Waste Fund, and Highway and Ground Superintendent Aaron McGlasgow, if I got your name right, is going to present.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
My name is Aaron McCloskey, the Highway and Ground Superintendent for Concord Public Works, and I will be presenting the slides for Article 40, Solid Waste Disposal Fund Expenditures. This article authorizes the town manager to use cash on hand in the Solid Waste Disposal Fund and user fee revenue from fiscal year ending June 30, 2022 to be used to operate the town's pay-as-you-throw curbside recycling and disposal program. The program consists of two major components: the curbside collection disposal, including recycling and drop-off days, and the operation and maintenance of the town's composting site, including the former landfill. This has been a routine annual action. Next slide, please. The mission of the Solid Waste Division is to provide an efficient, environmentally sound, and cost-effective solid waste recycling, disposal, and recycling program for the subscribers to the town's curbside program. Next slide. The curbside program is almost entirely rate funded, with some initiatives being supported by smaller groups, or smaller grants, excuse me. Some of the program overview: there's a weekly collection. It's a pay-as-you-throw program that includes a annual subscription and barrel tags or bag tags. It's a dual stream recycling program that is offered in the town of Concord. There's also a household hazardous waste collection component. We bill on a semi-annual basis. There's an online payment system which was actually expanded during the pandemic. It's a sustainable program and also economical. I'll go over some of the details. Next slide, please. Examples of some of the services the town provides through this program: there's a drop-off event. There's two of them, one in the spring and one in the fall. We also provide batteries, bulb, and mercury disposal during the drop-off day and during the week at Concord Public Works facilities. Residents in the town can utilize the household hazardous waste disposal at the Minuteman facility in Lexington in the months of April through November. We also have a paint shed for disposal of hazardous paint and materials, non-hazardous paint materials at the compost facility when that's in operation on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Next slide, please. This is a photo of the compost site. Routine schedule is open April through December. It opens up April 2nd of this year. The 755 Walton Street compost site is open to all residents at no cost, even non-subscribers. Services include dropping off of leaves, grass clippings, brush, paint, cardboard, and residents can obtain free compost as well. Next slide. So projected revenue sources for FY23. Total revenue is projected to be just over $2.1 million. The majority of those come from subscription fees and disposal tags. We also collect revenue from town facilities and schools, barrels downtown that are open to the public, drop-off day, events, business recycling programs, recycling bins, and compost bins that the town sells to residents. Next slide, please. Expenses for FY23 that are projected, total is just over $2.2 million. The largest of those is the curbside collection contract with Waste Management, and also the disposal fees related to solid waste and recycling. There's also administrative fees such as general fund services, personnel services, and other miscellaneous expenses that are charged to the solid waste fund. Next slide, please. So this slide looks at and compares revenue versus expenses for FY23 projected, and also looks at the net income and fund balance. As you can see, I'll just review the numbers that I went over in the previous slides. The operating revenue projected is going to be $2.1 million, and operating expenses $2.2. That's a deficit net income of $118,000 for FY23. That is done intentionally. There's a healthy fund balance in the solid waste disposal fund. There has been for a few years now. The contract is currently due to expire with Waste Management in September. We're in negotiations. We're actually soliciting proposals from them for future contracts, and the town and the department didn't really want to increase the rates on the resident without knowing and having established future actual costs. So, next slide, please. I'll explain the details in a few slides. This is the total solid waste and tonnage and recycling for the town. Total tonnage was 4,100 tons, and recycling rate's 37%. Municipal solid waste trend is generally in line with the subscriber growth, which continues to increase year after year. In fact, comparison to neighboring communities, Concord curbside customers throw out approximately 500 pounds less waste each year per household compared to other communities. Recycling trend is common to other communities. The decrease reflects source reduction, less materials, there's lighter plastic, there's more online subscriptions and transactions, for example. Next slide, please. This is an example of the dual stream recycling the town provides, the two sources. So in commingled recycling, the biggest generator is the glass, followed by metals and plastics, and then paper recycling, majority is the mixed paper, compared to the cardboard at 30%. Next slide, please. This slide shows the actual cost to the customer, the subscriber. So at FY23, the average cost for a full year of subscription and services for solid waste, curbside solid waste and recycling is $449.30. The total is the collection fee for a year, plus the average customer puts out 1.36 either bags or barrels. So multiply that and you get the $449.30 is the average cost. You can see that in FY21, sticker and rate tags increased for the first time in program history. Now this was due to the fact that Concord no longer receives revenue from the mixed cardboard since China sword policy went into effect in early 2018. As stated earlier, we're not projecting a rate increase for FY23 to the customers. Next slide, please. We also want to ensure the town's curbside program offers a good value to the customers. When we pulled other haulers that operate in town, we found that the town's program was less than other haulers. We were also able to provide and offer additional services such as dual stream recycling and admission to the household hazardous waste event at no additional cost to folks that subscribe to the program. With that said, we understand that the program may not be able to meet the needs of all facilities and residents in this town, such as the flexibility of choosing your day for disposal and also off-road pickup. Next slide, please. So the town has been in a long-term contract with Waste Management since 2004 and have made many amendments and extensions to the curbside services program. The last contract amendment was set in 2016 and went through June 2021. In the middle of the most recent contract amendment, the recycling markets were affected by the 2018 China sword policy, increasing recycling costs. The town is buffered from this policy because we had a price locked in with the contract. The town now has a short-term contract extension, which allows the town to continue the existing levels of service while we evaluate how best to move forward. Currently, we're evaluating the overall program and anticipate to have a new contract established before September of 2022. Next slide. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So with respect to the contract, do you anticipate that you'll have a large increase in costs associated with that?
We do anticipate a contract increase due to a number of factors. Obviously, the cost of materials, labor, trucks, fuel, everything is going up. We're seeing that in our own operations within Concord Public Works, and we anticipate to see that with any proposal that we receive from any solid waste recycling vendor. We've already had those communications. If we were to try to modify the type of service, such as automation, that would require a new vehicle. New vehicles have a long lead time for manufacture. It's also trash trucks. The price of steel is skyrocketed. So that's why we're not anticipating any changes in the short term. And I say short term, 1 to 2 years with the services, but we do anticipate a cost increase to the service.
Thank you. Any other questions from the Finance Committee?
Just briefly, if you could just comment on the small composting service that started up and how that's integrated into this piece of the financing.
So the small composting service that's recently started by the town is actually part of the sustainability department, and it's outside of this program within Concord Public Works. It's a pilot program, and I know that most recently they are expanding. They actually purchased some additional containers, and they'll be deployed throughout town.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Dee?
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. Can you tell me what the amount is in the fund balance?
Yes, ma'am. The actual at the end of FY21 was $690,651. At the estimate for at the end of FY22 will be $582,009, and with our projected expenses and revenues at the end of FY23 will be $463,982, and those are detailed in the budget book.
Okay, thank you for that. And my other question and I think it was almost the last slide, My question is, what are the enhanced opportunities at the compost site?
So some of the
Maybe it's just tagging on to what Dean asked.
So some of the enhanced opportunities would be incorporating like organic composting component to what we do with the yard waste composting. Also possibly moving cardboard and expanding the cardboard recycling services down to the compost site. Currently, it's located at the 135 Keyes Road facility. If anybody's ever utilized that, it's very congested at times, potentially has caused some safety issues. There's also issues with illegal disposal that we found and abuse of that facility. So we're exploring options of kind of expanding that service offsite at the compost facility. We'd also look at maybe we offer the salt sand mixture in 2 locations in town as part of Concord Public Works winter maintenance program, and maybe expanding that to that location as well. And then also expanding the hours and days of operation for that facility. Currently, it's only open Wednesday evenings from 3 to 6 p.m. and then on Saturdays from 9 to 3.
So will I find all of this information on the website?
All the hours of operation are on the website.
All
yes.
the hours of operation?
And the services provided currently.
Okay, and are you planning to also let more people know about the enhanced opportunities?
We will,
Will
yes.
those, all right.
As commitments are made, we will, yes, definitely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm curious, what's the market share that you have for residents and businesses in Concord?
As far as total customers,
Well, percent of all residences and percent of all businesses that would need trash services.
Bob, do you have those? Would you happen to have that number? I'm sorry, I do not have that number.
Hey, Alan Cathcart, Director, Concord Public Works. I don't know the percentage, if you have a calculator. I think we have 3,500 customers of a total of about 5,500 potential customers.
70%. And has that gone up or down or stayed? I mean,
It has a slow increase in adoption, and I think we project that, it's pretty modest, but it does increase over time. And as Aaron mentioned, the more services we can offer, the more, interest there may be.
thank you.
Okay, any questions in the townhouse for Aaron?
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street, member of the Select Board, speaking for myself. First, there was a survey that went out about the solid waste disposal a few months ago and talking about moving potentially single stream, different kinds of bins. I think that the whole system has remained almost the same for like 25 years. And, perhaps more automation, total, bins with rollers and all that stuff. Has there been any, or is that all tied up with the negotiations? I just wonder if there's been any determinations in the potential changes to the service.
Absolutely. So we've reviewed that survey. We have shared that with our current solid waste disposal vendor, Waste Management, and have had those discussions. Currently, what we'd anticipate is the next at least 1 to 2 years, service is not changing, just because of the unknown costs associated with changing of the vehicles if we were to change the type of service and automation. But if we were to have a subsequent contract, or in years of 2, or year 3 or 4 or 5, have the option to be able to change and modify services, we will. Currently, in this year, we're going through that survey, evaluating our current services and determining what's going to be most appropriate for future year services. There's a lot of transition kind of going on right now within that division, and right now we're assessing.
And then I guess the second question is around the cardboard recycling, because certainly the amount of cardboard has exploded with home delivery, but I also would imagine that the demand for cardboard, because it's a recyclable material, has also gone up. And I'm surprised, I saw a pretty large line item for the cost that we have to operate just the cardboard recycling component of our program. Could
Absolutely.
you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, we haven't seen any additional benefit as far as the demand or on our end from and disposal or production and disposal costs for us. We're still seeing that increase as of right now.
It's just too cheap to cut down a tree. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else in the townhouse? Okay, anyone on Zoom?
No.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Aaron. Okay, we're now going to go to Article 41, Sewer Fund, and Alan Cathcart, our Public Works Director, is going to speak to that.
Good evening. Chris, I'm wondering if I can sort of get control so I can run the show. I'm a bit of a control freak when it comes to the Zoom, so I can move to the right slides when you ask. I have a challenge from some coworkers and frequent flyers to say, can you keep it brief? So.
I don't know. Chris, can you give Alan control of the slides or no?
It's all yours.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, driving in this morning, I was listening to the radio, and I kind of, was reminded that it was St. Patrick's Day. And interestingly enough, my father was an immigrant from Northern Ireland, and he used to talk about how St. Patrick's Day wasn't such a big deal back home. And in fact, they suggested that in Ireland, a lot of people are going to church, and in America, in this country, people go to the pub. And I think, the minority go to FinCom meetings.
And it's a growing trend.
So, with that said, I'd like to just start a little bit out of order. I'm going to start with water, just because water, municipal water serves about 95% of the community. Municipal sewer serves about a third of the community. And there's a lot of concepts that are very similar. I'm going for brevity with the opportunity that you can ask questions. And I will say I recognize a lot of the faces. If you're interested in water and sewer, as interested as I am, you can go to the League of Women Voters. There's hosted some symposium opportunity to talk about Concord Water Sewer, and the Concord Public Works Commission. Also, with the advent of Zoom and Minuteman Media Network, you can learn a lot, and I used to try and educate on our systems tonight, but I'm going to go more just to the finance and the article. So with that said, the water system expenditures, the article is a routine annual article authorizing the town manager to expend the funds that come in through the enterprise. It is an enterprise fund. All user fees, special service fees, and revenues and reserve can be paid at the discretion, can be used at the discretion of the town manager. We have a fairly complex system. It incorporates groundwater supplies, a surface water supply, a network of 134 miles of variable types of pipe, ages, sizes. We have a number of hydrants. That's typically what people see. You can see from this slide the value of those assets are about close to $26 million. For FY23, you can see a breakdown as far as the general bins of expenditures. You'll notice that personal expense is about 30%. We do account for depreciation in our operating budget, and that's up to almost 1.4 million. And you can see we also have a contribution for the general fund services you were talking about a little bit earlier today, because above and beyond the personnel we have who do only water, sewer, our operators, our admin people, management group, we also enjoy the services of the townhouse, finance department, town manager, planning, that sort of thing. So that's our contribution for those additional services. The capital plan, I'm not going to go through chapter and verse. I'm going to try and highlight, I think, what is most important to the town as far as our investments, and not just this coming year, but I'll show you sort of our 10-year forecast. The biggest ticket item we have and has remained on our radar is the Nagog Pond Water Treatment Facility. We invest annually in water main replacement programs. What we see here is $700,000 for replacement. We're targeting the Butternut Circle neighborhood for construction. We're in the process of getting consultants. We've had some challenges in Public Works with staffing. It's impacted our productivity. As Aaron was presenting earlier, we've had to reshuffle some of our expertise. So we've lost a little bit of time, but we're going to be bringing in some third-party support to help us with the design, and we're hoping to get that water main work started, before fall. We do that in anticipation of the roads program, where if you've been up in that neighborhood, the roads are pretty beaten up. This is our opportunity to do the underground utility work first before we follow up with the roads program. So that'll probably be a 2-year effort when we're up in that neighborhood. We have the meter reading billing upgrade system. We're partnering with the municipal light plant on that. We've historically done this. We leverage one vendor, one software, hardware support team to improve the ability to read your meter, and ideally the ability to provide you with information more potentially real time, so that if you were to have a leak or a need to know there's a change of use, you don't have to wait a month or a month and a half before you'll find that out. We're excited about moving forward on that initiative. I would talk about the source water protection and integrated water resource plan. We've talked about this in the past, but this really is a sustainability principle. It's the idea that our drinking water resources, our wastewater resources, and our stormwater resources all interrelate. Unlike the light plant, and we do not go out of the community for our demand. We provide it with local resources. So it's in our interest to protect, preserve, and maintain those for the long haul. The 10-year projections, very important. You've seen similar slides in some of the other presentations. Our operating income, operating expense, the net income, and then we show debt expense. What you can see is what's important is the trend here, and if you look, you'll see sort of that yellow line. It's obvious that we actually dip down where our net income is negative for a year or two, but the benefit of having an enterprise where we can do planning both on our demand as well as our projected rates, we can determine and make sure that over the long haul we'll be we'll have a balance as far as our operating expenses. The capital plan, this is an interesting slide in that if you notice the fund balance, and we always hear about how much money do you really need in a fund balance. Well, we have a very healthy fund balance. You can see over $10 million, but we also have a very aggressive and expensive treatment facility that we're preparing to invest in, and that's at NAGOG. So you'll see the capital plan really spikes up in FY 24-25. That's when we're anticipating to take the hit on the investment for the NAGOG pond filtration facility. And you'll see we'll dip into not just the capital or the fund reserve, but we'll also be incurring new expense with debt, and you can see that over time. That's the major message. I'm interested in sort of answering any questions. That's the fastest I've ever given this presentation. It's not easy, let me tell you. I want to tell you a lot more, but.
Okay, good job. Does anybody have questions of Alan on the water?
Any mention of PFAS?
Great. Thank you for asking. I would have told you if I had more time. PFAS is a polyfluorinated alkyl substance. It starts to roll off the tongue when the implications are so dire. It's a forever chemical. There's about 4,500 compounds out there. The regulations, which Massachusetts is sort of spearheaded, coming up with standards ahead of what EPA, the federal government, has done. We have been involved with testing over the past year, compliance testing. Every system in the state has to do a seasonal testing. So we've completed 4 rounds to really get a good profile of what we have in our system. When I go back to, I'm going to give you the answer is we have good news, but the challenge we have is we have a number of sources of supply. They all are individually at risk. The good news is the diversity of supply gives us some flexibility, which is nice. But we have tested all of these sources of supply with the exception of NAGOG, because NAGOG was not online last summer. We did some screening, and it appears to be in good shape. But I will tell you, we do have detections of PFAS. The standard is 20 parts per trillion. We've never been regulated in that universe before. Parts per billion were a big deal. Parts per million used to be a big deal. Parts per trillion are just a couple sand grains in a swimming pool. That's what we're talking about. And it's not limited. Well, I talk about PFAS because I won't take time on the wastewater side. It's affecting every industry. And there are expectations that we're going to address this before we have solutions and technology to deal with it. There are communities around that haven't been so fortunate. We've fallen in between some communities that have had really challenges with PFAS, where they've literally been required to pass out bottled water in lieu of drinking water. They've looked at interconnections with MWRA emergency in order to get them through, but the signs are positive, at least at this stage of the game. The challenge with PFAS is it's an evolving regulatory framework. UCMR is the unregulated monitoring contaminant rule. EPA is now introducing some new parameters, PFAS related, that they're interested in. Right now, I think the state only looks at 6 regulated compounds out of the 4,500. There's a reason for that. They're long chain. They seem to be more problematic, but we'll be monitoring that trend. But as far as regulations go, PFAS is one of the greatest challenges, and we're going to keep our eye on it. We also have water demand challenges with the Water Management Act, where we need to do more on seasonal demand management that you'll hear about. But thanks for asking PFAS. But at this point, Concord is doing well.
And the numbers you've given us include any of the financial implications of PFAS?
Excuse me?
The numbers that you've given us include any of the financial implications of PFAS?
That's correct. That's correct.
On your slide where you showed operating income and expense, you show operating income growing pretty steadily. Can you map that to some conversation about actual usage of water and the demand on our resources?
Sure. We have in the water pro forma, we actually show a reduction in demand over time. It's very gradual. But our forecast is to show that we're going to do more and more with conservation, and we really should. The opportunity we have is with residential users, seasonal, high demands, and we're hoping potentially the introduction of this new meter technology might be good for the messaging and information to the customer. And really the idea is to right-size your water use. And the challenge is when people just put on in-ground irrigation systems and they just automatically operate, and they might want to do it every other day just because, that's not necessarily a sustainable practice. And so we try to educate, and we may use rates to help incentivize.
Thank you.
Dee?
Yeah, Alan, one question. I think I heard you say that you're going to have new debt in FY '24 and '25. Can you tell us what will be the impact to the ratepayer?
Okay, thank you.
And when?
Yes, so the NAGOG is the main story tonight. You know, we've been talking about it for years. If you are somewhat familiar, you realize we ran into some real challenges trying to go through a permitting process in a neighboring community. It had a real cost to the town of Concord as far as delay as well as expense. We then subsequently got challenged with our water rights from another community. And so that delay and need to sort of hold off on investing till we could assure that we did have those rights. We don't want to invest millions of dollars into something and then find out somehow a judge decides it's not in Concord's favor. So we have the rights. We have gone to the state revolving fund. We've got put on an intended use plan. That's very important. This is the state's state revolving fund, the Clean Water Trust, issues low interest loans if you qualify. We qualified, that's good news. We will likely need to go back to town meeting, a special town meeting in the fall. Once we know the final numbers and we're in that design mode, we're talking a potential special town meeting to get the rest of the money will then make us eligible for those funds. And the question is, how will this impact rates? Our current pro forma has over a 10-year plan, an assumption that we were borrowing for close to about $30 million. We were, the interest was 4%. That's been plugged in. Already, if we move quickly and get the SRF, that'll at least bring our loan to 2%. It's a low interest. Really important for Concord because what's going on nationally, internationally is, you know, who knows what's going to happen with the market and rates and all that, but the SRF will at least fix us to no more than 2%. So that's a big deal for Concord and worth knowing. If we were able to continually, there are other communities that are getting principal forgiveness and grants for investments in infrastructure. I will tell Concord is not eligible. We don't meet some of the needs criteria, the environmental justice criteria, that sort of thing. But that low interest loan at 2% used to be questionable whether do we really bother and, you know, go through the exercise to get that. Well, we're very fortunate that we now are at least on the list, and we'll, you know, have an opportunity, potentially a special town meeting, to really inform the community as far as what we're doing and why with NAGOG, and the rates that we have plugged into that same pro forma, I think are somewhere in the 4%, maybe on average over the next, you know, annual increase. So that's also been plugged in.
Thank you. 4% increase to the ratepayers.
Yes, on an annual basis.
Okay.
When I first got here, Tony Legavo, the finance director, used to have us at 5%, and he justified that because we didn't have a plan. I'm just going to put 5% in.
And is that a town meeting or is that this fall, 22?
Yeah, it would be this fall.
This fall.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions in the townhouse for Alan on this topic? Okay, seeing none. Any questions on Zoom?
No.
Okay, why don't we go on to your next article, Alan?
Okay, this is good. I might win this bet. Let's see. So, again, this is only a third of the town, so let's just blow right through it. The similar as far as there are two articles, and the first is to authorize the town manager to expend the funds in the fund balance, as well as the user fees and special service fees generated during FY23. We also have Article 42, which is a sewer improvement fund. That's the fund where we charge for changes or increases of sewer capacity. Really important to the town of Concord as far as understanding that we have a small wastewater treatment facility. It's highly regulated. Sometimes, you know, people who are trying to connect to town sewer, I'm now in the position of telling them, be careful what you wish for. It's not It's a fairly expensive undertaking to treat wastewater, to collect it and treat it. The alternative, 2/3 of the community use septic systems. Now, they will have likely significant expenses when they do have to do major upgrade or replacement to the tune of $25,000, $30,000 at a hit. But right now, the user fee for sewers somewhere around $750 a year, and we know that we're just about to negotiate a new permit with Environmental Protection Agency and Department of Environmental Protection for our National Pollution Elimination Discharge System permit. No acronyms there. Which I could have said that in a lot less time. But that may drive some cost of treatment, because what they do is, we're blessed with the fact that we have a wild and scenic river in our backyard. That also puts certain thresholds and criteria as far as needs for treat that much better, before you discharge. But the Sewer Improvement Fund is assessed to increased use, and it allows, and it's putting together a fund, so if and when we need to do an expansion of some sort, we have money available so the burden isn't on the existing user, the small group of users. And so that's a special fund, and so the monies that go into this fund are in a special fund and can be spent towards any activities that increase capacity for the town of Concord. The assets we have: one advanced wastewater treatment plant. It was refurbished back in 2007. We anticipate the equipment sort of needing to be replaced, and major processes being replaced. We have two large-scale pumping stations. We've just completed the refurbishment of those. That's the one in Assabet, Main Street by the Assabet River, as well as Lowell Road. We have a number of neighborhood lift stations, 34 miles of pipe. A lot of it is very old, a lot of it is very deep, and all of it is sort of in the denser parts of Concord. With the operating expenses, you can see it's about $3.4 million total. What's interesting, when you look at where that money is spent, you see a significant amount goes towards depreciation. You'll see the wastewater treatment plant management contract. We have a third-party contractor who provides all the service over at the wastewater treatment plant, Woodard & Curran. We just went through a competitive bid process. We did end up awarding a new 4-year contract to them with 3 subsequent 2-year extensions, potentially, to give us up to 10 years of service. That was just finalized. But those are the major expenses. Then you see also contributions to the general fund as well, because it's enterprise. Capital improvement plan, you see about $1.4 million total. One of the biggest items we have on this list for FY23 is the replacement of a jet or Vector. That's that big, ugly-looking truck you see around that, it looks like a large snuffleupagus. Really important piece of equipment. We're able to sort of get access to the wastewater system through the manholes, where you can back out debris and materials, and you can use a jetter to clean the pipe so it continues to flow, because no one wants to know anything about their sewer system ever. And this piece of equipment helps us maintain the service. We also have a significant level of effort into the inflow and infiltration. That's been something we've also been struggling with some of our staff turnover. We're looking to get that program reinvigorated. And the wastewater treatment plant, say we have, I think we're looking at the trickling filters over there, one of the large processes. But the biggest issue we're going to be going through very soon is a facilities plan. That's when you evaluate all of the assets at the treatment plant, determine what the needs are, what the failure risk may be, what the smart investment will be before failure. And I think when we go to the next couple slides, I'll start on this one. Our capital plan, you can see we have a pretty healthy fund balance again. You can see, as of, we're just over 8 million fund balance. The capital plan is in red, and you can see $1 million will be ramping up to, it looks like just over 2. These, I think, are placeholders for expanding treatment capacity at the existing wastewater treatment plant. Would require permitting and some redesign, but we have somewhere in the $3, $4, $5 million anticipated. And then you see in FY 27-28, we expect to be putting significant money into the upgrades that are going to be required that the facility plan will help identify. We don't see any critical needs, but we know they're going to be coming, and if we can pool them together, we'll do them more efficiently and sort of do them at a point where their useful life will be extended for another 20, 30 years. So that's the capital plan. If I go to the operating projections, you'll see that, again, it's a smaller base, a third of the community. You'll see that our revenue and expenses are pretty close, in the years out. We are presently projecting a 2% increase over the next 10 years. We will adjust that after we go through the facility plan and just make sure that we're on the right track. But we knew we went through a 10% rate increase in water last year, and we're trying to provide a little bit of buffer up front as far as, before we look at the sewer aggressively, we want to make sure that we're getting the right numbers. But you can see that the net income, sort of drops down, but it never goes below 0. And again, when you look at our fund balance, we will be recovering, it appears, out in FY 31. We're done. Is it the church or the bar? Where are we going?
Did you win the bet?
I think I did. I always look at that clock, though.
Right. The sewer system itself, right, in many towns, including Concord, there's lots of these aging pipes that are bursting and so forth. Where is is there any funds set aside for dealing with that, Alan? Where does that money come from to fix sewer lines?
That's the inflow infiltration. And what it is we will likely not be replacing much of it like we do with water. We'll likely be rehabilitating it, whether it's sort of through a less costly, sealing joints, which can be done pretty efficiently, or liners that are becoming more and more popular and more affordable. Now, the liners aren't a silver bullet. We did a liner up on Hubbard Street very recently. It comes as a significant cost, less cost, because you don't have to do excavating a trench and all that entails. The challenge is with the old pipe. We put the liner in, and when they inflate it, it seals. It uses the existing pipe, if it's clean, as sort of a cast. And what happened is the old pipe was so brittle, it wouldn't hold, and it broke. So we had to go into do a patch repair, which was sort of an emergency. So we have to, we're finding the right solution, but we learned some things with using that technology, and in essence, maybe having another contractor or someone on reserve in the event we need them. But it is a technology that's widely used, and we will be using it, more and more in Concord. But and again, it's only a third of the, we're talking, it's not all the same challenge we have with the water system, where we have 130 miles. We have 30 or 34 for sewer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mary?
I have a question. Yeah, I have a question about capacity. I know in your capital plan, you're looking at expanding capacity down the road, but I'm wondering, with the capacity we have now, are we constraining growth, either residential, commercial, or perhaps neighborhoods that might want to connect up to the sewage from septic? Are we constrained right now?
Yes, thank you for that question. We are, and we have been for 30 years.
Oh.
We've been, but I don't want to say that lightly. We 20 years ago were instructed through the regulators that we need to identify a plan so we don't just willy-nilly use that capacity and then sort of, what do we do now? So we went through this comprehensive wastewater master plan about 20 years ago. We're now 20 years later. We identified areas for certain, that met certain criteria, we could expand if the funds were available and if it, made sense. We did two neighborhoods that were served with that expansion. Since then, the town, we still have the plan, and it's certified at the state through the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, but we've adopted infill or accepted infill as more of a priority. So when we talk about ADUs, the accessory dwelling units and that sort of thing, we need to accommodate that with our wastewater. It comes at a cost. It's using some of that resource, that capacity we have. Our most recent permit, we're kind of letting the town know, these are battles that regrettably public works directors or water sewer superintendents don't often win. I'm kind of reaching out to the community to explain, we have put in a request for 10% increase to our, now I'm going to use the NIPDs because it's easier, permit. And we believe that we should be able to get that through an administrative process without a lot of, jumping through a lot of hoops. And we submitted a renewal application. We are anticipating that we will not be getting that request honored through EPA. And we are anticipating that we're going to have some conversations before we agree to a permit. 10% is, almost 150,000 gallons a day. Our permit is for 1.2. For some of this infill that we're talking about for the ADUs, or potentially, I've heard of the zoning changes that are relating to the MBTA stations and that sort of thing, the Thoreau district. These are all interests to the community. So for economic growth development purposes, it's high on our radar as far as the need, and we continue to manage. And that's where, if we need to expand the treatment facility and can do that over the next 5 years, we will. But we've always done it we've given capacity very judiciously. And the Public Works Commission has been charged to manage that. At some point, we need to understand that we will have, that final, it won't be one new connection. It's going to be some extreme storm conditions, high groundwater plus demand. We're going to exceed our capacity, and we're going to be sitting with the regulators, and we're going to be talking about a consent order, and we're going to be talking about a plan on what are we going to do and how are we going to do it. But our financial plan includes some off-ramps and opportunities. We're funding for that, whatever that solution may be right now.
Are you funding enough?
It depends on what the solution is. If we could get that permit, if we get that permit for 10%.
Well, you just said it doesn't look good, right? Did I hear you correctly?
Well, this is where the town we need to get our voice heard through the regulators.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. If we just sit back and say, we'll take the permit as is, it doesn't look good. We may need to appeal it. We did this before. And we were told when we appealed the permit, we appealed it for certain criteria because there was going to be a cost to the town, but we also introduced the issue that we wanted to expand capacity. And we were told, well, that's a nice idea, but you didn't ask for that in your renewal request. You need to do that in order to have standing to appeal it. So the good news is we included it in our renewal request. You asked.
I'm sorry.
So I'm going to follow up on that because I don't want to let this drop. So there's two reasons to expand capacity. One is because we have inherent development that you've already alluded to, which is the Thoreau Business District, the MBTA. That's kind of top down from the state. These 50-acre areas that are supposed to come around near stations. But we also have the potential to mitigate environmental problems by introducing sewer into neighborhoods where there are problems. And I'm speaking about the White Pond area where the nutrient load in the pond is year after year now producing big algal blooms. So how do we balance those things about the expansion of the network and the expansion of the plant itself to anticipate capacity in areas where we anticipate greater density? what's the balancing act that we would do there?
So for the White Pond neighborhood, when we did this major assessment of town needs in 2000 to 2003, it was clearly identified as a high-need neighborhood. Based on proximity to the existing sewer system, it was nowhere near the system. So we identified what you call a packaged treatment plant alternative, which is a smaller system that might meet just the needs of one neighborhood. We went through a lot of analysis and assessments of trying to identify, it's not just a facility that treats the wastewater. The real challenge is an area to return it to the groundwater. And so we identified a number of potential sites. Nothing particularly wonderful came up. We even talked with the school department back before they redeveloped the Willard School to say, hey, this might be an opportunity. But the town didn't get far in any of our discussions as far as sites that could be used to host a treatment facility and have the area that you could do the leaching area for groundwater. But that's something which I understand the White Pond community right now is interested in the town considering. They were not interested at all 20 years ago. In fact, I remember many conversations with people who are very challenged with the idea that, well, we're not prepared, we don't have that kind of money. It's not going to be insignificant as far as the cost goes, and we don't want it in our backyard. So those are two obstacles that we have to deal with, and that's not the only neighborhood, but that's one that sort of recently coming to the forefront, and with the town now taking ownership of the beach and the pond, right now I think the opportunity is we're doing some treatment, Delia K through the National Resource Department is looking at this treatment technique that's a low cost. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars, might require, a startup and then, thousands of dollars of maintenance. If that can treat White Pond, maybe that's something we didn't evaluate 20 years ago. Maybe we forego that. So that's an opportunity.
Well, it's prescient that the town recognized 20 years ago that this is something that probably needed to be addressed, but I think after the last 3 or 4 years of these algal blooms that just keep they're shutting down the beach, and they're impacting aquatic life, that it's become a more urgent issue, I think. So
Just for clarity, the algal blooms that you're hearing about are being identified all across the country, because we're now identifying algal blooms as a potential health risk. Even they've been there years, just like PFAS. I can tell you, PFAS has been there since the 40s and 50s. The pond I grew up swimming in, I just talked to the consultant who's designing the PFAS treatment facility for the well next to it. It's been there forever. We're actually getting a reduction of PFAS, but these algal blooms and the toxicity issues are only being understood or appreciated recently. They're not so much new as just sort of identified as a risk. So,
I'll let it go. It's fine.
yeah, please. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, just one question. Alan, does the DPW or the Public Works Department itself have any oversight responsibility associated with homeowners' septic systems?
The only connection, and it's becoming less and less of a connection, was back when the wastewater system became an enterprise. There was some contribution from the town to establish this, or to support this utility. And because it was contributions from the town, there was an interest on what can people on septic systems do to benefit from this investment. And so at one point, they were getting reduced costs for treating their septic tanks, where the haulers would come, you could get a discount rate to clean your tank, bring it to the treatment facility. What happened is, and I've been here now 26 years, at some point, the haulers just continued to charge what they wanted to charge to the homeowners. They take advantage of the fact that it was a local haul fee for them, but the homeowners didn't get that benefit. But we're so far beyond that investment that really, septage is no longer really a benefit to that community. Their benefit is that they can, if they maintain their system, they're not going to have the annual user fees like the other customers.
Okay.
So there's no direct benefit,
okay.
other than if you look at the integrated water resource planning concepts, it does create a water balance opportunity. And there are groups that would say it's preferable to distribute wastewater, sort of more uniformly in areas where, groundwater may be an issue, like the Assabet watershed or the Sudbury. So maybe that's good as opposed to centralize it. And so there's an environmental benefit potentially there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Any questions in the townhouse for Alan? Okay. Any questions on Zoom?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alan.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So that's the last article that the hearing is intended to cover. So the hearing is adjourned. Thank you very much for coming.
So moved.
No, I know that there's been
Okay.
discussion of it, that you can't add.
We stay here. Yep, we stay here. And I'm going to get her.
I missed that totally.
Can you put the...
I definitely have heard of this
So
thing
can
where
all the
they want
FinCom members put their cameras on? Can I see them on that screen? Yeah.
My question was, okay, the thing is, okay, so that was, I've been hearing about that forever.
Right.
We've gotten to the point where it's critical over there, in my view.
Right.
You literally can't use a pump. Right. So, and the homeowners have to realize they're adding nutrient load to that. These houses are like 3 feet that were built as they're houses that are like summer. They were summer shacks when they were there, and now they're year round. And they're just had enough. It's so fine, enjoy your home.
They don't have pipe there.
I know.
I didn't know that. I feel like everybody knew.
But he's going to show our budget. Yeah.
Welcome to the table. Yeah. What do you want to do about driving on the Sunday, April 4th, or whatever date that? What's that? You want to drive yourself? You want to come down?
Hey, guys. Hello?
Talk. Okay.
Hello?
Excuse me, could
Hello?
we have to leave the room
Okay.
that are speaking in the room? Could you please leave the room while we have another meeting? Thank you.
Oh, no, we had all the presentations.
Okay.
Trying to get the show on a road.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have the Finance Committee meeting. So everybody's up on the screen? Good. Okay. So I want to call a regular Finance Committee meeting into order. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, everybody on Zoom, I think you have to say your names and say aye. So,
Brian Taylor, aye.
okay,
Eric Dahlberg, aye.
Amrit Kumar, aye.
Lois?
Wassoff, aye.
Gregorio, aye.
Great, okay, so we're in business. Okay, so we just have a couple of things now. So first item is discussion of the articles that we just heard this evening. Is there any additional discussion from the committee on any of these articles? So we're looking, this would be before we'd vote affirmative action on them, or no action or no position.
Can I make a suggestion? If we don't have anything, can we vote on them en masse altogether?
I could feel.
Thank you. That's proper.
Yeah, okay, so do we have any discussion first? No one has any discussion? Okay, so I think what we've done, Parashar, in the other meetings is we've taken them one by one, okay? Okay, are we ready to do that? Okay, so we're gonna go, we'll see, we wanna start, you can just do it in our order here, yeah. Okay. Somewhere I have the list. Here we go. Okay, so Article 29, can I have a motion on Article 29?
I
Which is,
move that we vote affirmative action on Article 29.
okay, hold on. Do you want to do them all together now?
I don't know that there's going to be any pushback on it.
If we don't have any discussion, we should just,
If
in
anybody-
aggregate vote for them.
Yeah, if anybody wants to, we can divide the question always. So just make a motion. I'll make a motion in favor of all of the articles which were discussed. If anybody doesn't agree, then we'll divide the question. Is that okay, Chris?
That's fine.
I make a motion to vote in favor of all the articles which were presented.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Like
Brian
that's-
Taylor, aye.
Okay,
Lois Wassoff, aye.
Amrit Kumar, aye.
Greg Goriello, aye.
Eric Dahlberg, aye.
Brian,
Brian,
you did already? Okay, good. Okay, so that's unanimous? Good, okay. So that's the first one. Okay, so that's, the next thing is just to follow up on articles that where are we on all the articles, right? So we have, we had a total of, let's see if I get this right now. So in the 3 hearings, we've had 29 articles before us. 2 votes we're holding on. 27 articles we voted. 24 of those were affirmative action, 2 were no action, and 1 was no position. The 2 articles that we haven't voted are Article 24, which is the affordable housing one. So that's the one where we're looking to see what the funding's going to be. So my understanding is the select board is going to vote on that on March 28th. So my assumption is on March 28th, we'll find out whether it's going to be ARPA or not. I don't know if that's a good assumption or not. Maybe Terry can help us with that.
Okay, well, I had thought that you guys might take a vote tonight, and that would help us out. But we are going to discuss it for sure, and we have to come to some decision. So, you know, we're definitely going. Definitely going to discuss the possibility of ARPA versus free cash.
Okay.
And I don't know what the board will vote.
Because I think for us, that's what we're waiting for, is you want to understand what's the source of funding on it, right? So that's what we're waiting for.
So, well, let me put it to you this way. If it was free cash versus if it was ARPA, that's going to change?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. That's information that we need to have. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we're still, I recommend we still hold then on 24. 25, I just want to go back to, so 25 was the 500,000 in support of Assabet. That's it's for the grant, but of course it's a whole discussion on Assabet. And I think when we talked about it, we may have been looking for when other groups in town were going to vote on it. I think, is that right, Dee, why we're holding on it? Who are we waiting for, select board or who?
The select board would be
Okay.
one of them.
Okay.
I know that the trust gave its support. I
Yeah.
don't know if anyone else, if the Concord Housing Authority, or CHDC.
I don't know.
I think CHDC would be in support of it.
Right, so I mean, select board's has that on their agenda for the 28th
At the
as well.
20th of March?
At the
Okay.
28th. Any?
Not on this.
I would think
don't
they'd
think
be
so.
in support of it, but they're,
I don't know. I don't know if it's on their list or not. They haven't yet done any of the items that were in their hearing yet
No, and
either.
it's an appropriation of funds, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if they're going to do it or not. So that, we were waiting, those are the 2 we were waiting for other
Yeah.
groups. Do we still want to wait on 25? How do people feel?
The only thing is, I know that the Director of Natural Resources was interested in being present to answer any questions
Yeah.
or whatever, if we were having a conversation.
Yeah,
That's fine.
okay. All right, well, why don't we wait on 25? So that would mean, though, since our next regular meeting is on the 24th,
We're not going to have.
No, we have meetings scheduled, but they're not regular meetings. We can do something, but we'd have to come back after the 28th. So sometime in April, we'll come back and look at those two then. Okay.
Well, don't we have a FinCom meeting on the 31st
Of April?
of March?
No, well, we could, we
April
could.
31st, that would be really neat.
I'm sorry, I can only have one conversation at once. Okay, so D, the 24th is for, we have our regular meeting, then we put in a series of placeholders in case we
Okay.
needed to vote on other recommendations. So we're going to figure out on the 24th what ones we still need, but there are 3 or 4 in there, so I'm not sure we're meeting on the 31st yet, but we could. That would work if we're going to hear from them on the 28th.
Yes.
Okay, so potentially we could. Okay, so that's fine on those ones. And then just to, in terms of other.
Chris, one sec. Could we
sure.
just defer the 24th meeting to the 31st? I don't think
No,
we're going to need
I have
two.
other presentation, I have other things going on the 24th.
Okay.
Yeah, we have other business. Yeah.
Should we ask Delia to come?
Municipal trust, municipal guidelines is going to be.
That's right, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
Chris, should we ask Delia to come on the 24th as well, so we can talk with her about Article 24?
Do you think we need to, or do we wait until, we didn't have a lot of questions, but if we do, we can. Do you think we want to?
Well,
Dean just said she
all
wanted to be there.
all I'm suggesting is that she would like to be present if we have any questions, or, she could just join
But
by
we won't
Zoom,
vote
she
until
just-
the 31st at the earliest, right?
Yeah.
So,
The 31st of...
31st would
Of
be
March.
if we're waiting for
if
the
we're
select
waiting for
board
the
or
select
others
board,
to
right?
make.
So that's why I don't know
Oh,
why she'd
you're
come.
not meeting until the 28th? you
Right.
said. Oh, okay,
Yeah, so they
sorry.
don't meet till after
Got it.
we do.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, all right. So then, the only other, there's a whole bunch of other articles in the warrant, right? So there's 49, and five, they were no motion expected, 1 was withdrawn. So we just talked about R29. The select board has 8. I looked through those. I don't see anything in there that looks like it's a significant financial impact, but you guys should look at them and see if there's anything in there you think we should weigh in on, okay? So take a look at those. I did not see any, okay? And then the planning board has 6 articles, and those are all zoning related, and again, we typically do not comment on those. So those are the articles. I want to come back then to the questions that we had last week on our vote of no action on CPS budget. So we had questions, and I was able to speak to the moderator about those. So I think I have some answers to those questions. So one of our questions was, well, what happens if we vote no action and the town also votes no action? Will they have no budget? And Carmen explained that there is a mechanism set up by the Department of Ed which anticipates that situation and allows schools to go on with a budget based on the prior year plus, I believe, 1%. So it's not a problem. There's nothing that prevents us from being able to offer such an amendment with respect to their ability to work or do their schoolwork.
Does it, though, do you then have to have another special town meeting?
I don't
to pass
know,
the
you
budget?
might. You might have to have something else come up to deal with it. Yep.
Am I on here? Thank you, sir. Carmen Reese, 52 Devon Street, 52, Town Moderator. Yeah, there is the DOE and state law, and DOE, sorry about the acronyms, Department of Education and state law together have a mechanism so that no school ends up without a budget. If town meeting refuses to appropriate money, the school goes to the DOE and there is a process and they will have a budget. So that, my understanding is that that budget would stay in place. It could stay in place for the entire fiscal year, or if the town wished to call a special town meeting to amend that budget that was arrived at through the statutory process, it could.
Okay. Okay. There also was a question as to whether FinCom can actually make an amendment, and the moderator explained that we absolutely can. So FinCom has the ability to make an amendment as a body, We don't have to, put forward a citizen. It has to be a citizen of town who on the floor of town meeting makes the amendment, but other than that, we have the right as a body to do that. Her preference would be that we would submit it to her in advance, so town council would have a chance to look at it. But we have time to do it, and we have the ability to do it. So that was the answer to that. She also made a good recommendation, thinking that since we have the FinCom report, we have our own place to put forward our thinking on this, and if we wanted to make a recommendation for another number, that's another spot where we could do it. Or we could simply say, we expect to come to town meeting and make a recommendation for another amount. So we could put the amount in or not.
Can I ask a question, Chris? So if we wanted to put in an alternative amendment or number and how to get there, do we need to have a public hearing of FinCom to discuss that, or can one of us just bring a proposal
We can
at a
just bring
future
it.
meeting?
Yep, we can just
And
bring
then
it.
we can discuss it?
We would discuss it. So we'd be, at the town meeting, I presume, if we had that situation, we would have time allotted to speak to
I'm
our
suggesting
amendment.
doing it before town meeting, so maybe at the next
Yes, you can
meeting or
submit
the
something.
meeting
Yes,
after that, maybe,
we
is it
could.
okay if I could put forward an idea?
You could.
Okay,
You
thank you.
could, yep. Okay, so those were the big questions I think we had with respect to that. Are there any other questions on that, or does that answer the items that we had from that particular item?
A question about the timing of the amendment. So when do we have to decide whether to do that if we want to get it in the FinCom report?
Well, the FinCom report, when do we cut that, Lois, mid-April?
Earlier than that.
Earlier than that?
Yeah, by the,
The Finance Committee report goes to the printer on April 11th.
Thank
So
you.
Right.
that is the drop dead date for anything that goes in the Finance Committee.
right, that's correct.
We'll do it at our next meeting.
We can, we have
Great,
time,
good.
we have time,
Okay.
yep.
So next meeting, is it okay if I come prepared with
Yes,
something
you
for
can.
discussion? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, we can put that on the agenda. Okay, and I think, other than that, so our next meeting on the 24th, it'll be in the townhouse. So this is going to be an in-person meeting. We do have hybrid capability, so if you need to not, Zoom in, we can do that as well, but it's going to be an in-person meeting in the townhouse. I believe so. So Chris Carmody was going to check to see if it's available. Am I okay, Chris?
You are clear.
Okay, all right, good, excellent. Okay, so now we have time for any public comment. Okay, is there any public comment on Zoom?
No.
Okay, then I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Need a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, can you say your names and go through, I'm sorry. Lois Vassoff,
Aye.
Amrith Kumar,
Aye.
Greg Gariello,
Aye.
Brian Taylor,
Aye.
Eric Dahlberg.
Aye.
Terrific, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Yeah.